peoples. Hello. Sorry, yes, I'm late. Okay. God damn it. I was late. Late for a very important date. I was trying to figure out why my headphone, like the audio for some reason was not, it was playing on my speakers, but it wasn't playing on my headphones. So it took me a minute to figure out why the actual F that was happening. And I think one of the things in my phone, one of the settings in my computer, I don't know, backtracked itself. I don't know. I had to fix it. It was weird. So sorry. I apologize for being late. Oh God, they're so bad. They're so bad. So I'm never gonna sugarcoat, right? Things that are just bad. Those are just bad, right? Obviously, they're not anything I would ever condone. They're gross. They're reprehensible. You know, I don't understand anyone on planet Earth who would think that it's okay to say some of that shit. Like, wild, really fucking wild. Looking at it is wild. But I will say this, and for those of you who aren't antis, you can just plug your ears for this part. There's still nothing in there pertaining to Reed's case. So even though you can say a lot of that shit's reprehensible, should have never been said, done, or anything of the matter, trying to tie that to her is still really grasping at straws. So I don't know. They're pretty bad. Oh God, I don't even know if I want to be honest with you, because they're that bad. LGG, like they're that fucking bad. Like we're talking N-bombs, quite a few N-bombs. Girl, listen, I was like, what is happening right now? Like, what in the actual mother effing FF is happening right now, right? And I guess what you don't know, right? So, yeah, vile is an understatement. I feel like that's the only word I could use for that. You know, it's pretty bad, pretty fucking bad. And I hesitate to even show you guys who are non-X users, even though I usually do, because it's that bad. Like it is literally that fucking bad. I don't know. I'm struggling with like wanting to show you because not everyone has X, and that's the reason why we bring these things to you. Even though some people may be like, "Why go through things that aren't X?" Because a lot of my viewers don't have X, and I am not going to encourage them to get X. To be fair, X is a cesspool, and if I didn't have a channel, I would probably never use X again. I know, but like they're so bad. Like they're so fucking bad. You know, like I struggle to show them because then I have to read them, right? Because you might not be able to see them, and if I have to read them, see how that could be a conundrum, guys? Like, see how that could be a little bit of a fucking conundrum? I'm just saying, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. It's bad. It's bad, okay? So yeah, there's a lot of there's some N-bombs. And I know I do want to show people. I'm struggle busting it with how to do this in the most sensitive way possible. Well, that's kind of one of my points, which is like the texts have nothing to do with Karen or her case or anything like that, right? There's nothing of framing her. There's nothing of, you know, Aiden actually made a whatchamacallit, a tweet this morning, and actually did try to insinuate once again that Michael Proctor must have sprinkled the taillight. But I refer people back to the show he did, and where he said he knows that Michael Proctor could not have sprinkled the taillight because Michael Proctor was not there that night, and the car only got into the Sally port at the like a few minutes before the CERT team found like the very first piece underneath the snow. So clearly Michael Proctor could not have planted the taillight. And Aiden did an entire show about how Michael Proctor wasn't the one who did it. It was just an unnamed assailant in his eyes. So, but now he's, of course, he forgets, right, that he says this stuff, and then he forgets that people remember the things that he said, that he says, and then he has to like jump back into his habit of just saying shit when he thinks it's good for him. You know, you know. Mm. Well, that's definitely something that needs to clearly be looked into, right? Um, and I agree on that front. Like, listen, technically, I mean, some people tell me that you have to be like a certain percentage, right, to be considered a person of color. I would like to know what that percentage is exactly. I kid you not, someone said that to me one day, and they're like, "Well, you look white," and I was like, "Oh, well, okay, thank you. Cool. I appreciate that. I am a little white. I am also a little Spanish and a little Portuguese and a little Congolesian from the Republic of Congo. Specifically, I know at least in Portugal, where my ancestors are from, the Azores, it's a tiny little island. So I am of many races. I am black, brown, and white. I am a person of color because I am many colors. But someone actually said, like, "Oh, well, you look white." So, like, so you have to be, certain color to be a person of color. When I see things like that, it makes my skin crawl. Because not only am I a very large mix of things, but my sister's beautiful children are all what I call my little Oreos. My little Oreos. They're a little white and a little black, and they're a good mix. And they have beautiful skin tones. And they have different. It's so funny how, like, if you have more than one kid, they can have different tones. For instance, my two youngest are freaking blend in with the wall white. I'm like, y'all might have play hide and seek and just put your hands up on the wall. No one would find you. All right. That's like how daddy's legs are, from his socks in the summer. Like that's, you blend in with the wall. That's how white they are. But my oldest gets very mocha like me in the summertime. When she actually has the sun on her, she gets very dark like I do. And so she's not my like, but it's so funny because my sister's children have, my niece is like my two youngest. She's super duper like whitey white. But then my two nephews both have this beautiful, just mocha colored skin, and it is so pretty. And oh, you got your tablet connected. Awesome. But seeing stuff like that, they think you're bad. Yeah, because you get dark. You get dark too. You probably get darker than I do, I'm glad that you got it fixed, girl. She was having some internet problems. They fixed her internet, got the tablet connected. Listen, also, if you need to just bounce out to do whatever you got to do, don't you worry. We got you covered, my friend. We got you covered. Yeah, that's just, yeah, no, gross. It's borderline rapey for sure. Like I struggle with wanting to show you guys and do it in the most sensitive way possible because it is pretty bad. Also, I just want to throw out there before I try to even pull these up that this whole and again, sensitive to the people who are not antis like myself, but I also don't appreciate things that are just simply not true being put out there, and so I'm going to correct this for the record, as I had some phone calls this morning. Most of you know Colin joined the military, right? The idea that his family made him do it, or that he's magically joining the military to duck a suit where he's suing someone else is not only absurd, but patently false. I actually saw a few people making comments about, well, why join the military? That's so weird. I'm sorry, but if it was your niece, nephew, or son, you would be extremely proud. You wouldn't be like, oh, that's so weird. Why join the military right now? Like, because he's at that age. How long is the kid supposed to put his life on hold exactly? For, you know, people who just want to say shit, you know? Like, it's not a thing, okay? It's not a fucking thing. The kid had his life torn upside down and around, and he was not even fucking there when John and Karen pulled up front of the house. Allie had already picked him up, right? He wasn't out at any of the bars with them. He did a deposition, by the way, just so you all know. He did absolutely do a deposition last Thursday. Karen's team works in the same fucking building he did the depo. They waited for Karen's team for an extensive period of time. Karen's team did not show up. The deposition went on. He did the deposition because you would not make your client do two depositions. I don't care who you are. If you're being honest, right, and you're an attorney, you would say there's no chance I'm going to make my client do two depositions if it can all be done at once, especially knowing they need a time limit to be shipped out, right? So there were already two other depositions that were scheduled that they were ready for that Karen's team canceled, right? That's not their fault, all right? Let's just be clear about that because I'm going to be fair to both sides here. But that's what happened. So Colin went, did the deposition. They waited for Karen's team, who work in the same building, and they never showed up. They simply chose not to show up to a scheduled deposition, okay? When you choose not to show up to a scheduled deposition just so you can go into court and be like, "Rah, rah, rah, we need this, we need that." Let me be clear here. Colin doesn't, this whole like, oh, Colin is not providing documents. He has no documents to provide. Someone said something like, what about his phone records? He wouldn't have those. You have to get those from the carrier. If you call your carrier right now, and believe me, I've done it. I actually tried to do it to prove someone a fucking liar, but the phone company would not give me my own phone records. I kid you not. I kid you fucking not. So I call the phone company and I'm like, listen, I need my own phone records. I need the call logs and text messages. And they're like, yeah, we can't give you those. I'm like, they're my phone records from my phone that I paid for. And they're like, yeah, we can't give you those without a court order. I'm like, but again, it's mine. Like, it's just, they're mine, right? Like, mine. But because other people call you and text you, so on and so forth, you got to get a court order. So any phone records that they already, mind you, they already have everything that they would need, really, from that has anything to do with Colin, from the trial. But even if they wanted other records, they wouldn't get those from him for the phone. They would get those from the phone company. There are no records that he has that he can provide them. There is nothing. The kid was there before anyone arrived out front. He has nothing to give them. They were barred, the defense was barred in trial too, from making any mention of Colin Albert. Why? Because the court already had proof that he was not there. And so even the defense at that point conceded Colin was not there. Okay? So he has no records to give. He hasn't, let me be clear here. Colin has not refused to do anything. He didn't join the military to magically not give records that he doesn't have. I mean, that's absurd. He didn't magically join the military to not do something in a case where he himself is suing. Hello? I mean, I refuse to believe that people are this stupid. Okay? I really refuse. I have better faith, hi Nina, in people, right? I have better faith in people's minds to just not go with what someone else said and just run with it. I have better faith in people to go, okay, you know what? You don't have to like Colin. You don't have to. But what you do have to do is look at it and look at what's happening and take the information that you have, okay? The correct, not speculation, the evidence, right? And make an informed decision, okay? The informed decision, right, should be pretty easy. Colin didn't just magically join the military to duck a case where he is the plaintiff. Like, I'm sorry, what? He didn't magically join the military because he's hiding anything. He wasn't even there. What would he be hiding? And also, I'd like to point out for all the people who think that, like, you know, Colin is some part of a weird conspiracy, which is just weird that anybody's even still saying that, considering like Karen's own team literally like dispelled that completely. I haven't lost hope yet, Jack. I haven't lost it yet. Hey, Space Ghost, I haven't. Right. It's not a dispute. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. Right. And the court and Karen's team literally had to do this in trial too, where they were barred from even talking about him because he wasn't fucking there. Right. They had that proof, definitive proof. He was not fucking there. Ellie picked him up before Karen and John ever arrived out front. He was not out with them that night. Like, he was being a kid doing his own thing, right? So, listen, I need people to understand, right? And Diller started to sort of tell the judge, and the judge, like, you know, stopped him. But Colin did his deposition last Thursday. He did it. Karen Reed's team didn't show up, okay? And they waited an extensive period of time, all right? They work in the same building that the deposition was done, okay? The waterfall was there, right? The other bar, somebody, please, my brain, not the waterfall. The waterfall was there, but the other one too. McCarthy's, right? Both bars were there, okay? Their prospective attorneys got to ask Colin questions, right? Everyone's attorneys did that job, right? McCarthy's, thank you. Karen's team didn't show up, and they had already canceled 2 depots, all right? They had one in May scheduled, they canceled that. Another one scheduled, they canceled that, right? So you can't keep lining these things up and then canceling them and then blaming the opposite party because you chose not to go. All right, that's not how it works. It's common sense. There's nothing Colin would have records-wise, and so Diller started to, like, you know, get into that. But the judge sort of cut him off. But I'm definitively telling you right now that with 1,000% certainty, as I have spoken this morning to the family, Colin did his deposition last Thursday. Okay, last freaking Thursday. Karen's team didn't show up to the scheduled deposition. That's not Colin's fault. They knew he was going to the military. They knew he would not be around. It was their opportunity to get a depo from him. One of 2 reasons, in my eyes, why they chose not to go. Either one, they know it's completely fucking irrelevant and a waste of their time to do a deposition for him because he wasn't there. He wasn't out at the bar. He had left before John and Karen arrived out front. There's nothing he has to give them, literally. You know, well, that's the other thing is 2 things or 3 things can be true at the same time, right? Multiple things can be true at the same time. And so that's the thing. Like, it wasn't just that she was a no-show this time. It was that she had already canceled, or her team, whether it was her or her team, you know, I don't know, but had canceled numerous other depositions that they had set up. So these people, if you set up a deposition, right, you're dressed, you're ready to go, you're, you know, taking that day off, or you're, you know, not at work that day, like whatever, that's a day that you set out to do this deposition, and then you guys cancel it. What? You know? But that's the other thing. And then complain about it. And I honestly, and I know some of you are not going to like this, but it's the honest to God truth. And if another attorney did this in a different case, I would say the same thing. If you are canceling it and then complaining about it, like, that's more like, in my opinion, to just rile up a base, right? It's kind of like politicians do. Like, it's kind of like the thing that our auditor, right, was saying in that clip that I played yesterday, which is like, the legislature will tell you something's great for you, amazing for you, use all the great buzzwords. It's, you know, to get you to believe it's great for you. But when you read the bill, it's shit, and it's actually going to not be good for you, right? And so it's one of those like bait and switch things where it's like, oh, we canceled them, but like, no, there's no but, right? There's no but. But see, at least, you know, I have faith for you. And I know you watch all channels and you take up all the information as I would do, right? But I have faith that you would be able to see all of the information given and say, all right, Reed's team's playing a little bit of playing games here. Like, the depositions have been canceled. A bunch of them have been canceled, rescheduled, canceled again. You knew Colin was going to the military. You knew he was doing a deposition in the same fucking building that you work, and you simply don't show up. It was set up for them to be there. They were supposed to be there, right? You get 2 depositions in one whack. Because any good attorney would say, we're not going to make your client do 2 depositions on 2 different days if it's pertaining to the same issue. You can have all of the parties come together, do the deposition right there at that time. They knew they were on a time limit. They knew he was going to the military. And then I see, comments from other people online, and they're like, oh, well, his family must have made him go into the military to hide something. Like, what, bro? Like, do you say that out loud and think about that? If it was your kid, right? Do you think you could force your kid to go to the military? Like, no, dude. Okay? Fucking no. No. It is something Colin's been pursuing for a while, obviously. It's something he wanted to do. And to be fair, like, I'm proud of the kid. He's had his life put on hold for nothing. For nothing. For absolutely no fucking reason. For no reason whatsoever. How long are people expecting this poor kid to just like put his life on pause? Like, cool, I won't do anything that I want to do in my life. I'll let the age limit run out for the military just so I can, reschedule and then get canceled. Like, no, dude. Okay. No. Well, that's the other thing. Why are you sending them out last minute? Right. I mean, to be fair, they got them, I think it was May. They got them in May. Well, they didn't cancel. That's the thing. The other side hasn't canceled. They haven't canceled. What they've said is, okay, we've been ready to do multiple of these, but we will not be available during these weeks in July because we'll be on vacation, right? As Aiden's attorneys and the other attorneys said that they would be out of country because they'll be on vacation. July and August are one of those months where, like, people go on vacation. I mean, it's the summer, right, in New England. So those are the times where people go on vacation. It's not out of the norm, right? But they would have already done the deposition 2 or 3 times already. So Karen's team just simply didn't show up. They were scheduled to be there. The deposition is in the same building that her team works in, and they just simply did not show up. How is that Colin's fault? He still did a deposition and answered a million questions for hours. Okay. So yeah, I've seen judges say, oh, well, too, with the lawyers, if they constantly are like, oh, well, I'm on vacation this month, and I'm on vacation that month, and I'm on vacation another month. I've heard a judge be like, well, you might want to reschedule that vacation because it ain't happening. Like, especially June, July, and August. And even a little bit of the beginning of September here in New England. Those are like the best times to sort of go on vacation. Listen, my daughter's 21. I could never force her to do fucking anything. Okay. Not a chance in hell. But my point is he's gone. He's already gone. He's gone now. He's off to the military. Like, he's gone. So what exactly the fuck? You guys had multiple opportunities to pose him. You simply didn't show up. And then you want to somehow allow people like Turtle Boy to spin it as like, Colin's, what is he hiding from? He's the plaintiff. He's not the defendant. He's the plaintiff in the defamation suit. The wrongful death suit is, you know what I mean? Like, it's dragging shit out for no reason and then making these wild assumptions that they don't line up with reality, right? Now, once again, with that being said, obviously the texts with Proctor and Good are just deplorable and disgusting. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Those are bad. They're very, very fucking bad. They're racist, they're reprehensible, and like, I can't not say like they're bad. They're bad. They're bad. Like, that's the God's honest truth, regardless of whether I'm a quote anti or not. Like, those texts are pretty fucking bad, dude. Like, they're bad. They're bad. There's a lot of racism and just really weird thinking going on in those texts, right? I don't know. Isn't she already off probation? I thought she was already off probation, but I could be wrong. Maybe she's about to get off. Maybe someone else knows. I don't know. I can't remember if she was about to get off or she's already off. I'm not really sure. But nonetheless, I keep seeing all these wild examples of people being like, Colin refused to produce documents because that's what, the Reed attorney said. He has not refused anything. Let's be clear here. He hasn't refused anything. Nothing. He doesn't have any records, right? You want phone records, you go to the phone company, right? And they have all that from the first trial. Once again, I'll repeat, they were barred from even talking about him in the second trial because he wasn't there, and the court already had, everyone had proof he wasn't there. Even Karen Reed's side conceded to the fact that he was not there. So there would be no reason to even talk about him, right? And so, like, let's be clear and fair when necessary. That happened, right? For those of you who didn't watch the trials, you know, you can go back and see. But in trial 2, they were not even allowed to talk about Colin because it was already proven that he was not there when Karen and John pulled up. He was already gone. Allie had already picked him up, right? So, come on. He thinks he will have to file a motion to compel, assuming they won't show. See, that's the thing. When you say shit like that, right, you're trying to use buzzwords. They've been ready to show multiple times and it's been canceled. So, like, why say something like, oh, I think I'm going to have to file a motion to compel because I'm assuming they just simply won't show up when they've been ready to show up two or three times already. And Reed's team has continued to cancel or not show in Colin's case. They, again, the same building. It's the same building. Colin was doing the deposition in the same fucking building as her team. They were supposed to be there and they simply didn't show up. They waited around. I wouldn't have waited. I would have told my attorney, like, we've been here for how many hours already doing this deposition? Like, I'm not fucking waiting any longer. Clearly, they ain't showing up. You know what I mean? Would you? Would you guys just endlessly wait around? And they did wait. Like, you know, common courtesy, they waited. You know? It's just fucking weird. You know? Well, they're not available in July. That's not the same thing as they weren't already, the Commonwealth witnesses were already scheduled numerous times and then canceled on, ready to do these way back in May already, right? Chris is just telling the court that, cool, they've canceled it twice now, but for reference, they're not going to be available for these weeks in July. So it's going to have to be before or after that. I mean, that would be the same thing as a lawyer would go in and say, Your Honor, I can't do a trial for these weeks, or I can't have a hearing on this date because I'm going to be out of country or I'm going to be on vacation. That's not them canceling or not. Like, I don't think you guys understand how depositions work. Depositions don't get scheduled. They don't go, hey, you're going to show up June 2nd. And then you have to work June 2nd or you're on vacation June 2nd. That's not the way it works. Both parties have to agree to dates that work for them. So the whole point is Karen's team had agreed to dates before this and canceled both of them. So why are they agreeing to dates that they suddenly can't do and then simply not showing up for Collins? It's one thing to agree to these dates and then not show up or then cancel. It's another to say, hey, we're not going to be available for these weeks. So whatever days you guys think will work for you, it's got to be outside of these weeks that will work for us, which is normal. The court doesn't say, do it on this day. Like, that's not how it works. You know? June 8th. Oh, yeah, that's right. No, they don't. But I also try to give as much information as humanly possible as I can, that's correct, from the horse's mouth, right? And so what I am telling you is Colin hasn't refused to produce any documents. There's no documents they're asking for that he has. Anything that they would want, they have to get from other sources, not him, right? So you'd be like, phone documents, you wouldn't get those from him. You would get those from the carrier. And you have to get a court order for that. So a judge has to sign off on a court order, and then the carrier gives you those. Colin would not have those, right? They have them already. They already have everything from trial 1. Outside of anything from that, Colin doesn't have anything to give them, right? There's nothing to give them. He wasn't there, right? You can't give what you don't have. Right? So if somebody starts saying, hey, I'm going to need your green card, and you, I don't know, are from the United States of America, you don't have a fucking green card, do you? So you simply cannot produce something that you don't have, that doesn't exist, right? Like, you have to remember this. I'm going to go over a few things. Yeah, Aiden never complies. I don't listen. Him complying, I can imagine is going to be a song and dance, guys. Okay, just know that Aiden and the things that they're going to ask for from him, he is not going to want to provide because they show his guilt, right? And so I have no doubt in my mind that Baby Betero and Whiskey Tim Bradle and Aiden are trying to gonna do some delay tactic and song and dance of we don't have it or we don't know how to get it or we're having a problem or whatever, right? Because they do not want to provide those things that are going to sink his battleship worse than his battleship is already sunk. Well, that's the problem though. You can't file a motion to compel if they haven't had the opportunity to even go yet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it works. Like you have to wait until after they don't before you do that. You can't just be like, I'm filing a motion to compel. The judge would be like, for what? For what? Well, I mean, yeah, lawyers play lawyer games. That's what they do. Well, they do though. They do communicate. That's the point, Nina, is that the dates are picked between the lawyers and both parties ahead of time. And so the dates were already picked twice already with Karen's team for the depositions that the witnesses were ready to go to, and Karen's team canceled them twice and then didn't show up at Collins. So he did a deposition already Thursday. I mean, cases like this take years anyway, which is sad, but, I think, hey, Simon, nice to see you. I know you're speaking in general. Well, I mean, listen, these cases could go on for a decade. Even if the judge says like, oh, I want to fast track this 2 or 3 years, like most times it doesn't end like that. Usually it still takes a really long time. You know what I mean? A really long time. I understand the judge being frustrated, but I also think that the judge needs to like let the attorneys fully speak and explain if she wants to hear it all, because she cut Diller off in the middle of him telling her like he did his deposition Thursday, and before he could say like Reed's team simply didn't show up and they were in the same building, they were noticed, they agreed to this date and they didn't show up, right? So she cut him off after he said like Colin did his deposition on Thursday. So if the judge wants to be less frustrated, maybe she should let them talk, you know. Yeah, but you wouldn't get that from Colin though. You wouldn't get the original text from Colin. You would get those from the carrier. You would get those from the company with a court order, right? Like you can't just, and also they have what they already have. A judge, I'll tell you this much, a judge is not going to give, even a civil judge, isn't going to give them a bunch of things to like play, cast out a fucking fishing pole and see what we can reel in. There's evidence, definitive evidence, Colin wasn't even there when Karen and John pulled up. So trying to like get phone records for him is pretty much irrelevant anyway. If they want them, Colin's got no problem with it. Go ahead, but you get those from the carrier, right? You don't get them from him. He doesn't have them printed out. He can't call the company and say, give me those. That's not the way it works. You know what I'm saying? You got to get them from the carrier, especially after all this time. Think about it, right? Listen, my phone is a few years old. And when I tell you that this thing it freezes, it won't let me take photos anymore. I have to delete shit all the fucking time. I can't even download a new app. Like it is like on its last legs because they're expensive and I can't afford to fucking replace it and get a new phone. I wish I could, but they want like $200 or $300 and I simply don't have the money for it. This thing's on its last legs, dude. And it's about I'd say 3 years old. You would like, most people trade their phones in like every year, every 2, right? Like you can imagine he probably doesn't have the original phone, especially since he had to change his phone number after all these. And I will tell you firsthand, these people were calling him, they were texting him, they were leaving voicemails, like they were getting a hold of his phone number and literally harassing the kid's life, right? So he had to get a different phone number way back. But you wouldn't get those from him. You would get those from the carrier. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like Aiden's 401 phone. Yes. I just talked to Brian yesterday, I believe it was, as a matter of fact. Told him I would go to that Enrique Delgado hearing with him. Be happy to do that. That'd be so much fun. I got lots of questions for Aiden, as I said. If he wants to show up, cool, I got questions. I'll bring him a step stool, you know? Aiden's 401. I find his 401 number to be very funny, considering he got that 401 number because he thought that if he got a 401 number, he could just say he was in Rhode Island wiretapping people and that would absolve him. He didn't realize that like a phone has a GPS and you have to physically be there to try to claim that, not just have a 401 number. But this was years ago, right? Then he, of course, admits to having a 401 number. The 401 number has been out on the internet for I don't even know how long, years at this point. And then recently lies and goes, I don't have a 401 number. So then, of course, those of us who know better had to go back and get the clip of him admitting to his 401 number on a live stream because he's an idiot. He can't even keep up with his lies at this point. You know, it's fucking weird. It's weird. Yep, I was over listening to Mike yesterday. Mike had a great show of Natalie's hearing, or not a hearing, but like an interview with the state police. And, you know, just some of the shit Aiden did and said is just fucking wild, you know? Yeah, you can't do all that. You got to let them speak if you want to hear what's happening, right? Like, that's one of my pet peeves with judges is cutting off someone while they're in the middle of explaining to you what's going on. Like, I fucking hate that with judges. Because if you want the respect of them not cutting you off, Your Honor, in the middle of you saying something, then maybe that same respect should be given to the lawyers and let them do their fucking job. They can't do their job because they're not allowed to speak. Not even just lawyers, but I see judges do that to defendants all the time in court. They'll start explaining something, and the judge will be like, no, I don't want to hear anymore. 30 days in jail. And it's like, lady or guy, like maybe give someone a second to fucking speak. That's one of my biggest pet peeves is judges like just cutting people off and not allowing them to speak. It drives me fucking bonkers on any side of any case. It's like one of those things that I just feel like is just so disrespectful and shitty, you know? Again, another reason why we need our judges voted in my opinion, you know? Just my opinion. Hello, Justice. Well, thank you, Simon. That was really nice of you. I appreciate you, my friend. Actually, you just reminded me to remind people that we have this option. Okay. So for those of you that don't know, I am Twisted, Untwisted. And welcome. But we have a bunch of different ways that you can support the channel. Hitting the like button is one. Subscribing is another. Those are free to do. Sharing is another. It's also free to do. And if you would like to support the channel monetarily, we could definitely use that extra boost and that help right now for sure. There's a bunch of different ways you could do that. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a link at the top, pinned to the top of the chat. It works for any debit, credit card, Apple Pay. There's another couple little options that are inside of that. But those are our options for our channel. We have all of that information is in the description of our channel as well. I made you guys a summer song. I did that. I made you guys a summer song. I made you guys a summer song. Yeah, see, I don't have an Apple device, so I cannot do that. Right? I have an Android, right? So for Android, it's not the same as Apple devices. And yes, in that phone though, you know, if you backed everything up, if you didn't back everything up and you got a different phone, not everything might be there. Judge didn't want the answers. Well, that's part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like you could be annoyed, but you also have to let them be able to say what they need to say, you know? Yeah, see, like I feel like that they do that on purpose though, because that's their way of forcing you to like get a new phone, you know, like, oh hey, we're just not gonna update the app anymore. Oh, you are. Oh, I always forget about the big time gaps for those of you in the UK and what time it is here versus what time it is there. I also think that I might play around with doing like at least one nighttime stream a week. I feel like that would be like a little bit better for people in different parts of the world. I try to do, you know, the daytime ones, but I also want to try to do like a one nighttime one. I feel like, you know. Aiden will have to provide web analytics data showing how his claims affected web traffic to his website and online store. Guess what? We already have those, but he can provide them too. We've kept track of all of that. I think he had a channel of like 29,000 before the Reed case, so he was getting like 3,000 views, roughly 3,000 views with like less than 100 likes on each live stream before the Karen Reed saga. What's that tell you? But it is a great point, you know? Stolen Legos? Don't step on a Lego. Those hurt, man. Fucking hate stepping on a goddamn Lego, you know? You did not miss Tanty Time. Although I did email you back, just so you know. You didn't miss it yet, don't worry. I know, right? Sacrifices, my friend, sacrifices. I feel like Simon's making good sacrifice for the greater good. I try to support smaller creators, even if we don't agree on one case. Like, we're still small creators, and it is fucking hard on these streets for small creators for sure. And so when I get the chance to go over and pop over to Brian or Mike or any other small creator doing other, because there's people who do other topics that I watch that are smaller creators, I do it because I feel like it's so much easier for the larger creators, and it makes it really fucking hard for us. And I just want to show, you know, that little bit of support for small creators like myself, because it absolutely can be really fucking hard to keep a channel running if you're like not getting donations, or if you're having a bad week or a bad month, you know? And so I always want to encourage other people to support smaller creators, regardless of who that is that you watch, because it's not the same. I think people assume wrongly that every YouTuber makes a shit ton of money and we're all rich. And it's like, yeah, if you have millions of views and millions of followers, then yeah, maybe. But you got to start from the bottom. It's like, you know, working your way up. So I know they do, and I don't do it for that. I do it because I'm hoping to, you know, I'm hoping to sort of create that domino effect of like, if I donate and I save up my like Google Play points and I turn those into like Google Play money, and you can use your Google Play points and your Google Play money if you have an app, an Android device, to do super chats and to buy a membership. Like, you can use your Google Play points for that. And so I save mine. I have like a little app on my phone that does like, what is it? What are those called? Like, it'll ask you questions and you answer the questions, but it's tethered to your like device. So say, for instance, you drive past like a Joann's, right? Which doesn't exist anymore. But say your phone might pop up a questionnaire on it, and it gives you Google Play points, or like, it'll give you like 20 cents or $1, depending on how long the questionnaire is. But it goes by your phone and your GPS and like what's near you, what you've Googled lately. And it'll give you like 30 cents, 50 cents, $1, 20 cents, and then on your on your Android device. And so then I save all of those and I turn them, it turns into, it's Google money. And you can do that to use super chats, to do super chats. And so that's what I use to sort of help other creators, you know? Oh, I got lots of tanties for you. We haven't done, you know, Ethel yet. Don't worry. Lay off my Legos, kind of like your Egos. I know, Simon, you do have a full plate. Me too. Because if I was rich, I feel like what I would do is, as a show of support to like all the people who have supported me, like I feel like I would have to like rent a big ass boat, right? Rent a big ass boat and have like a big ass yacht party for all my viewers, right? Like, just one big ass party to show my appreciation on a big ass boat, you know, a mixer of sorts, right? And then I would be able to do some giveaways. That would be fun. You know, one day. I always just think about it in that way. One day, one day, one day, one day. One day I will be able to do those things. And yeah, I was watching. I saw that. I was watching while I was like in chat a little, but I was like doing house chores. So I like turned it up on the TV and I turned it up here on the computer so I could hear it in both rooms. And I was just like beep bopping around the house, and I listening to it. The guy who was supposed to stolen Lego case had 30K subs, and now it's over 1 million. It went crazy viral. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, I guess you can only hope to go viral, but you never know what's going to go viral these days. Sometimes it's something so fucking stupid, you know? I liked working in healthcare, you know? I liked working with inmates as well, you know? So healthcare, you help people, but also mental health, like you're helping people. So it's, you know, they do a lot of hard work in healthcare, especially with how awesome the nurses and doctors have been with my daughter. Like dealing with a kid that has a uber rare, you know, disease that less than 200 people on planet Earth have, one that's terminal in nature, one that you don't know what's going to happen next. Your experimental medications, experimental this, experimental that, because there's just not enough information to know. Like the nurses and doctors over the years have just been so amazing with my kid, and I couldn't have asked for better, you know, nurses, doctors, and care for her than what she got at the hospital. You know, lots and lots of hospital stays. But even as like complicated as, you know, her disease is, like even if they don't, you know, definitively know, like they always try very hard, you know, and to keep her comfortable and to, you know, keep her mind off the fact that like she's a human, you know, pincushion or you know, just a person who has to go through a lot of experimental, let's try this and let's try that, with a lot of fails. A lot of the time some things just simply don't work, but you got to try, you know, you got to try. I feel like I would do it on land and boat. Don't worry. You listen, you don't even feel the boat moving. It moves so slow. Yeah, stand by. Twitter tails are coming. They're coming. I promise. I promise they're coming. Oh, the Legos. I'm gonna have to look into that one. Just a thought. Anyone know if there are any canned POs that are of color? I wonder how they're feeling about. I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if there is or isn't. I would assume there is, right? Like I would assume it's not like an all-white police force. I would assume, you know. I don't know. Oh, that was so nice. You know, I love when people do that. And to be fair, like creators don't make a ton off of the memberships, but I love when people give gift memberships because it's about the people who receive them. You know, not everyone's going to be able to afford to like get one per month. And so when people gift them, it's another opportunity for other people to receive one. And I love that. I love that. It makes my heart happy. You know, met some lovely people. I love that. But see, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like we've lost a lot of that, you know? Oh my God, you did? He went over the guidelines for witness intimidation. Every single one applied, and he knows he's losing sleep. I would hope so. Yeah, so that's, I was struggling. Obviously, there are plenty of people, G Money, that don't have X, right? So I'm like, how am I going to do this in the most, I don't know, sensitive way possible, right? I mean, maybe that's how I got my Mike membership, Simon. It could be. I got an email that I got one for Mike, and then I think I got one for Brian too, I believe. I'm trying to like, you know, bring them up, but I'm trying to do it in the most mindful way possible because, as I said to you guys earlier, like if you can't read them on the screen because it's too small, like then I would have to, you know. Somebody, I can't. Okay, listen. Someone is asking me, saying like, I said, I'm telling you, he's not refused anything, but sure, what do I know, right? And they're like, any actual proof or just because you say so? Sorry, I need a little bit more than someone motivated against free care me to say so. I'm not motivated against anyone. Let's be clear here, okay? Number one. Number two, I have no reason to fucking lie. And number three, maybe because I talk to them, then I would know. You know what I'm saying? Like, what proof do you want other than I'm telling you he hasn't refused anything, right? Like, what else do you want from me other than to tell you Colin doesn't have anything to give them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I've already talked to them. Like, it's what proof do you want exactly? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that this person might not be someone who watches me, but if you watch me, then you would know, like, I'm not just going to say shit to say it. Like, I have no reason to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I know I don't have to explain shit, but I feel like I want to be able to like always give proof, right? But like, what proof do you want that you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to believe me. It's that simple. You don't have to listen to a fucking word I say. How about that? I am telling you what happened, but you don't want to listen to me, be my guest. But don't come to me later on and be like, you were right, because I don't want to hear it. If I had a penny for every time someone was like, I should have listened to you. You were right. I'd be fucking rich, right? Fuck, man. Okay, I'm getting the text, but I again, trigger warning, people. They are bad, dude. They're bad. They're so bad. Okay, yeah. There's like nowhere to like make them less offensive than they are. Like, okay. Oh yes, that would be so fun. That would be so fun. See, I love stuff like that, like little things like that for like the community. That sounds like so much fun. I love that kind of stuff. I'm a sucker for something small like that, right? To like give back as like a thank you, you know? Like I like it. Yeah, they're pretty bad. Hello, darling. Hello. There, it's a great idea. I love that. Okay, I'm trying to get them up. Hold on. Oh God, you grinned and bared, filter little. Oh my God, sir. I send you all the good juju. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it, sir. Bird gang, bitches. All right, bird gang. Bang, bang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Bird gang, gang, gang. Okay. I'm trying to like pull. Damn it. Damn it. Dang, 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 da, 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 da. Please hold while the next subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Okay. Oh God. You know what? This is how I'm gonna do it. I have them in my bookmarks, but yeah, Filter Little. I call her Filter Little. That's her name over here. Filter Little, aka maybe a crypt keeper. I'm not sure. Jack sends 11.96 and says, "Hot day." Sure is, my friend. Thank you, Jack, for your donation to the channel. I appreciate you, my friend. Always coming through for me. Big appreciation. Oh, Revolut is now sending me a get $100 for referring friends. Revolut is better together. Invite friends to Revolut. And for each eligible sign up, you could receive $100. I love how they say you could, right? What does that require? People to make an account, sign up, which I'm not against because I love my Revolut account. But then what? They have to like put a certain amount of money in there or whatever, because you know there's always small print for that. Who owns the text? Michael Proctor owns the text. They're bad. Okay, let's just put it that way. They're just bad. All right. Anybody saying they're not bad is lying. They're bad. Okay. As an anti, I can tell you they are bad. All right. There is no excuse for them. But I will probably point out that I'm going to guess that not all of us say, you know, super nice, kind things about every single person on planet Earth in their own private texts, but these are just they're pretty bad. All right, they're just I don't even have words. I'm gonna go with barely. I don't have words for this. You know, she used to be normal. She's straight up crazy, drama little, and needs to actually listen to her own rants to see how disturbed she's. I think you know she needs to just stay in the cult for the cult money. You know, for the cult. You know, she needs the cult donations. You know. You don't have to be an anti to know that wrong is wrong. But I think being honest is important when we're dealing with talking about cases and stuff. And regardless of what I think happened, right, what I believe happened, those are still bad, right? Do they pertain to Karen? No. Do they have anything to do with her? No. Do they have anything to do with her case? No, again. But they're still bad. Yeah, we're the bird gang bitches over here. Mm-hmm. Bird gang bitches, you know, because Aiden and his whole get the fuck out, bird. And then he had the bees. And so nobody apparently had to talk with him about the birds and the bees. And so the birds and the bees were like, go fuck yourself, sir. We do not like you. So the birds, they made a bird gang, you know? They're outside the window, bird ganging up. They're trying to figure out how to get back in there, you know? Listen, I can't be responsible for some of the things that fly out of my mouth either. I don't know how his shit is deranged because he is fucking deranged, but like, I don't know. Like, I can't be responsible for the weird shit that flies out of my mouth, people. All right. I am tired and I am, I'm a stressed out mama this week. So let's just put, I'm in fucking rare form. Okay. I'm in rare form. I agree, Isles. I agree with you there. You are accustomed, but you're also accustomed to helping people when disasters happen. And that's got to be the part that I would love. See, I feel like I would be good in an entity like that because I like people, right? I'm a people person. I like people. People have shown me the worst of them, for sure. I've been harassed into oblivion and still get harassed into oblivion. But I still choose to believe that there is good in people, and that people aren't fucking as stupid as some would pretend that they are, or that they need to follow a narrative enough to just simply ignore. I don't. Where the fuck? Hold on. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, they're bad. Wow, what is this? Oh, wow, okay. All right. All right. Oh, fuck. I suppose you're right on that, Freeze. I think, as you guys know, like, I'm not just going to make something up or just say it, right? Like, oh yeah, Ethel has created a war against everyone. Like that's her thing. She's war. This means war. It's like the Elmer Fudd thing I made with fucking Bugs Bunny. This means war. And we're gonna get to Ethel today. We're gonna get to her. Don't worry. Well, there's, it's actually a slow day. There's a bunch of people on X watching, but yeah, smash that like button, guys. I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to pull the text now, but I had them bookmarked, and why it's not magically popping up, I don't know. Okay. Oh, thank you. You know what? I decided to do a very summer look today. Today's look is inspired by a summer sunset. Let's put it that way. The blues and the greens are nice and all, but sometimes I like to use purple and pink and orange and yellow. And you guys can't really see it, but the yellow, I did yellow on the outside. This is actually orange on the inside and doesn't really pop on camera, but I use just a pop of orange on the inside and yellow sort of from like here over underneath as a pop of like a beautiful summer sunset, Yeah, to be fair, I agree with you. Sparrows are my friends. Save the birds and the bees. Hashtag birds and the bees. Okay, hold on. Oh, by the way, in case anybody wanted to know, the northern lights are possible tonight due to a possible geomagnetic storm. You guys remember I was saying like this whole thing about the comets and the fucking asteroids is weird? I don't know, guys. All right, it's weird. It's fucking weird, okay? So this one says this could lead to auroras being visible as far south as Kansas with a camera. If you live in Canada, your odds of seeing the northern lights are increasing. Severe storms will increase cloud cover over the northern plains and Midwest tonight, so this could disrupt viewing. It shows it going north aurora glow over Massachusetts, and then overhead auroras, like a little bit of New Hampshire up to Maine. But it goes across the country like this in a stripe. Here, I'll just show you guys this one, just so you know. I'm trying to pull the text, so while I'm doing that, this was an interesting tidbit that I came across. So here's the map, of course. So if you live in one of these places, kind of cool, right? Definitely cool. All right, I'll pull them on this thing here. Yeah, I feel like she looks creepy all the time. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Always prepare for the worst. Thank you, Allie. Oh, the rabbit hole is there, my friend. Lots of rabbit holes. Right? Is it the filter? God damn it, Melanie. Take the fucking filter off. You're causing geomagnetic storms, okay? Well, that's the other thing is there's no text that frame Karen. There's no text that have anything to really do with her case. And so it's kind of like, yeah, they're fucking bad. They're gross. They're racist. But I mean, you also have to look at the fact that if they couldn't even keep, and I'll tell you, I found out a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that Colin was going to the military. Maybe not even 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago that he was going to the military, right? Can you imagine that people would have some, conspiracy that magically would not be revealed to the world? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the aurora, that's the powder draw of our filter. Obama did it. I can't. Look it. See? Okay. Leah's on the same point as me. I gotta bookmark that. I'll go back to that. All right, hold on. Did they just get erased off the internet? What the hell happened here? All right, hold on. Uh-oh. Rainbows and sunshines, my friends. I agree that everybody should see them at least once in their lives. I have never seen them. I heard they're fucking beautiful. I have a couple friends that did like the cruises that go to Alaska in the summer. I think that's an amazing. I've never been on a cruise. It's on my bucket list. On my bucket list. Oh my God, the FBI came out. I'll show you guys this one later, but they came out with a most wanted fraudsters list. Can we add Aiden to this list? Can we add him to that list? I'm wondering. Okay, here it is. Oh God. Oh God. Ugh. Nick posted them, I believe, but I can't make them bigger. Oh my God, I can't. All right, once again, I'm going to warn you all. They are not good. Okay? They are bad. They're fucking bad. They're so bad. Although I will follow this up with playing my new summertime song for you guys so you can, get a little ha-ha and a little bit of a new jam going after this. Because as you can see, they're very small, as I predicted, and I am worried that I'm going to have to read these really fucking bad. Oh, too bad there isn't a personality filter. I fucking love that. There's a gap in the ozone layer over her gap. I can't. Hi, Casey. Someone else said something about a dome. I said, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. God damn it. Where would be like the new TV show Under the Dome, right? In real life. I need this every day, okay? Even when I'm having a stressful week, as I have been having this week, I said to someone yesterday, like, I know that or even, I think it was this morning, actually. I know that even just coming here, like, even as stressed as I am, I know that you guys will make me smile. I know that will happen, I always thoroughly enjoy all of you. You know, I know you can't see it. This is what I assumed was going to happen, which is why I'm not super happy about. Damn it! Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I got an idea. Hold on. Open image in a new tab. And blow it up. Can we do that? Is that? Oh, yep. Can we blow it up? Can we do? Oh, yes, we can. Okay, now we're gonna try it this way. Oh, I might give it a two-step or two. Okay. I appreciate you guys. Let's try this, okay? Because I would prefer not to read them out loud. Okay. Okay. I mean, they're big now, but like still I don't think big enough for you guys to read them. So I'm gonna have to paraphrase. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. Because again, as I said, these are really fucking bad. All right. And they're not my words. I didn't say these things, nor would I ever say these things. Okay. The first one is a Proctor text. It says, after telling good about a multi-car accident in Canton, it says, quote, actually take your time. I saw a N-word was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die. I'm sorry, what? That would be like saying, let me die. Let my nephew die in a car accident, simply for the color of their skin. Not a good look. Okay? I mean, that's bad. That's fucking horrible. That's absolutely effing horrible. Okay? Next one is a Proctor text, and it says, my new VP is a giant malignant cunt. I pray to the heavens that some fucked up insect from the Amazon crawls up her vagina, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. Not as bad as the rest of them, just gross, but I mean, not as bad as the rest of them. Let's put it that way. Sorry, as you guys know, I have psoriasis, and my skin is like so itchy around like these areas. Although I will tell you guys, the shampoo that my wonderful one of you beautiful people sent me has been working very well for my scalp. Okay, yeah, it gets worse. Okay, it gets worse. Yeah, see, that's the problem though. Pensions don't disappear. So once you resign, you get to keep your pension. They can't take it, regardless of what they find. So there needs to be obviously changes in the laws of why, when, where, how. Okay, this is not as bad. Sean Good. This one's a Sean Good one, and it says biggest cunt slut. Okay, not as bad. Heard those words a billion times. Doesn't really offend me that much. I only use the C word once in a blue moon, but I do think that Aiden is a cock juggling thunder cunt. So, be it what it's may, that's not as bad. Okay, that's not as bad. Next one's pretty bad. This one's pretty bad. All right. Oh God, you smoke that fix. Smoke them if you got them, people. I don't smoke weed, but my husband smokes before he goes to sleep. Outside, obviously, but smoke them if you got them, my friends. I actually have a fun tidbit for you weed smokers later on in the show that I found earlier. Yeah, it's weird, not as bad as the other ones, but all right. So this one's pretty bad. What was he constantly drunk in Irish? I mean, you never know, I guess, right? You never fucking know. According to the old Google machine, former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor does not get a pension. Maybe he doesn't. Oh, he was fired though, right? According to the Massachusetts Retirement Board, he was not eligible because he did not meet the requirement of 20 years of service, having served only about 10 years and 7 months. Okay, I see. I think if he had one, though, is my point. Like if he had a pension and then he like retired or resigned, he would keep his pension by the rules that we have now, right? Listen, I'm Irish too a little bit. little bit of Irish, a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of Portuguese, a little bit of Congolesian, a little bit of West African, a little bit of European. I am like a mix. I'm a mutt. I'm a smick. That's what I am. You guys remember Snick, which was like Nickelodeon on Saturday nights, and they called it Snick? You guys remember that? Like it was the orange couch that Nickelodeon had, and it would be like all that, and what was the one over the fire at night? What was that one? I used to love those scary stories. You know what I'm talking about. Snick. You guys remember Snick? Right? It was Nickelodeon on a Saturday night, and it did more like not adult, but like more adult like content for their shows. Well, I am a smick, right? If you use the too disparaging, yeah, Goosebumps, Are You Afraid of the Dark? That's the one. I love Are You Afraid of the Dark? I watch it on Paramount. But using the too disparaging ways to call a Irish person back in the day was a mick, right? And as we know, the disparaging comment to call a Spanish person is a spick, right? So I am a smick, right? I am a literal smick. My fiance, who passed in a house fire in the early 2000s, used to call me. He's the one who came up with that very clever phrase. He said, "You are," because we were both the same weird mix, which is odd, right? It's an odd mix. But he's like, "You're forever going to be my little smick," and so that's he came up with that forever ago. But I have so many other things in me. I'm such a weird mix. But I'm like that. It reminds me of Saturday Night Nickelodeon, which was Snick, right? Just changed the N to an M, and I am essentially a smick. Oh, limey. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yep, that's me. I'm a smick. I am. That's me. SMICK, smick. That's me. That's me. Listen, I'm proud to be a smick. Thank you very much. Okay. I am. I'm a weird mutt. I am. I got all sorts of weird, like my ancestors were just from like everywhere, from the Republic of Congo. Like I would have never guessed that. I knew I had some African, East African, and I knew that I had Spanish and Portuguese and Irish, but I did not know that I had Congolesian. I didn't know. No, I can't stop. That's what I am. It's me. I'm allowed to disparage myself. Okay, it's a cute little nickname for me. I'm a weird mutt. It's English. Is it like UK English? Is that what is that what they call it? I remember hearing this one. I forget who told me this. I want to say like a year or two ago was the first time I ever heard that. I'm allowed to, man. I am. I'm a weird mix, man. I'm a weird mix. That's me. I am very proud of my mixture. I'm like one big mixing bowl. Just throw a bunch of shit in there. That's me. You making me. Oh yeah, this one's pretty bad. This one's a Proctor text. This one is pretty freaking bad. Ugh. And of course, in parentheses, it says referring to his then girlfriend's anus. Like, what the fuck, dude? I don't want to know about anybody's butthole. All right, that's weird. And he says, "Oh God, this is so bad. This is I don't want to read this. This is just like so bad. I can't even get fucking near that thing. I make every effort possible. I wait till she's asleep and I try to get at it. I try every effort possible. I try to get her hammered. I can't get anywhere near it. It's starting to piss me off. It's not cool. Listen, I'm going to tell you very fucking easily in the shortest way possible of that is an exit only, sir. And you would not be getting anywhere near mine fucking either. My husband has no problem with that. He's not getting near that. Like, that's not a thing. It's not happening. Sorry, not sorry. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, weird. Weird, bro. Maybe because, I don't know, she doesn't want you to. Just saying. Like, that means no, so it can piss you off until the cows come home. Like, gross, dude. Gross. Fucking gross. Is that what it is? I got to, like, trace my whole ancestry when I did the 23andMe. And it was originally because we were looking for, my mom's adopted. we were looking for my mother's biological family to try to find out if anybody in her family had something similar to my daughter's really rare disease and genetic wise. And so my husband, as a gift in 2019, the winter of 2019, got me that 23andMe kit. And I ended up finding my mother's birth mother and father, who had both already passed away, but also she has a bunch of birth siblings that she didn't know existed. So she still hasn't been able to meet them all in person yet, but it's good enough just knowing she has them, even though we might not be close. Like, she speaks to them, you know. One of them actually died before we could ever meet. And one of them lives here where I live, but he doesn't have social media and he doesn't have a cell phone and nobody can get in touch with him. So he still doesn't even know that my mother exists. Right? My blood's probably like green, purple, yellow. It's like a rainbow, I guess, you know? My bloodline's like a fucking Skittle, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it, right? Just throwing that thing in a fucking river at this point. I mean, it's weird. That's weird. It's a weird fixation, I guess. I don't know. Gross. No, thank you. Like, exit only. No, like, bro, no, abort. Like, we need to rehome them. I don't. It doesn't say who he sends it to. It at least here it doesn't. It doesn't say. The next one's also a proctor text, and this one is a little disturbing. Hard to read. It says, quote, went into Canton High this morning to get a transcript and saw more N-words in 10 minutes than the 4 years I spent there combined. Everywhere I looked, there was monkeys running around. I wanted to ask the woman in the guidance office, where were all the white kids? Where the fuck did all these N-words come from? Yeah, but it doesn't show it doesn't say that, though. It doesn't say that it's between both of them or that this is a response to his comment. It just says underneath it who said it. So, I can't say definitively that they're between both of them, or they just pulled messages from both of their phones that are bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, that one's pretty bad. Like, we're talking about kids, man, right? Kids in a school. Like, I never saw my classmates as like colors, like they were my friends. Like, how, I guess people are brought up with this like hateful kind of thinking back in the day, and it's unfortunate because I wasn't brought up that way. My grandparents adopted my mother, and my mother is darker than me. And I think I told you guys the story. It was in my mother's adoption file is how we found out about it. Obviously, my mother was too little to remember, but it's like memorialized in my mother's adoption records that my grandmother and grandfather brought my mother to like a checkup. She was going for a checkup at the doctor. And one of the doctors or nurses, I can't remember if it was a doctor or a nurse, but turned to my grandparents and looked at them and said, "Oh, I'm surprised that they placed a brown child with a white family." And my grandparents were like mortified. And my grandmother, before my grandfather could even get a word out, my grandmother snapped back at the doctor and was like, "Excuse me? Like, we picked this child. This is our daughter. Like, why does it matter what color her skin is? Why should she be paired with someone that isn't white simply because she isn't white?" Like, that's weird, right? That's fucking weird, right? And my grandmother and grandfather were like, and again, my mother was born in 1967. So this was back in the day where like racism still very much existed. And, it was not little, it was big, right? Not that it doesn't exist now, of course it does, but like in a bigger way, right? And my grandparents were like mortified. Like they were like completely mortified that a doctor would actually say, or a nurse, I can't remember which one it was, but that they would actually say that to parents who adopted this child. You know what I mean? And in my mother's adoption records, it says that, and my mother was adopted as a baby. Absolutely, my friend. Um, in her adoption records, it says that the people who took care of her as like a baby before she was adopted called her the little brown girl. That's what they called her, the little brown girl. Like imagine not using a name, even if she didn't have one, which she did. It was Elizabeth at the time. My grandparents changed it when she was adopted, but her name was Elizabeth as a child. That's what her mother named her, was Elizabeth. Before she gave her up for adoption. And back then, you had to keep one part of the name when you adopted a kid that already had a name. So my grandparents moved Elizabeth to my mother's middle name. And that's where my mother actually got my name, was she took the Beth off and changed the Z to an S, and she made my name, Elisa. She made my name out of Elizabeth. And so Elizabeth is now her middle name. But they kept that one part of her name, but they used to call her the little brown girl, and that was in her adoption records. It was like surreal to read some of the stuff that was in there, way back then, and how bad it was, just terrible. Well, it does not. Well, as I pointed out earlier, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Sean Good said, "Eat a black dick." Then Proctor said that lady was an absolute cunt, rag, N-word who had it in for me for some reason. Sean Good said stupid, ugly G-word, which is another disparaging word to use for an Asian person. And then the other one for Proctor is, unfortunately, I know Randolph all too well. Place is a complete shithole filled with N-words and no good N-words. Now, my grandfather actually grew up in Randolph, Hillbrook. No, I lived in Randolph on Canton Street for a while. Beautiful street, kind of like woodsy area, and I absolutely loved it. Very quiet. Oh my God, top cops texts. Imagine. Oh my God. Yeah, Yannetti is defending a BPD officer who's facing criminal charges related to a shooting. Wonder if he's going to enlist the services of TV. I highly doubt it, highly doubt it. I do not know. I have no idea if she divorced him. She does absolutely still wear her wedding ring. Those aren't questions that I tend to ask because it's none of my business, But yeah, they made my name from Elizabeth. They took at least my mother did. She took Beth off and changed the Z to an S. And that is how she came up with my name. I never had anything as a kid with my name on it, right? They had like the combs and the brushes and the purses and like the keychains. And I used to get so upset. My sisters would have something with their names on it, especially my sister Amber. Her name's Amber, right? My sister Brianna, they would spell it wrong. It was always with an I, and my sister spells it with a Y. And when she was a kid in school, they used to call her Brianna. Like, no, it's Brianna. It's just with a Y instead of an I. But my name was never on anything. Elisa's not on much. They would call me Alicia, Eliza, and there's no Z in my name, right? There's no H. Alyssa would be with two S's, right? And I get it. It's kind of weird to say. The E kind of sounds like an A when you say it. It's not. And I used to hate when people would say Elisa. Like I know that it starts with an E, but it's not said that way. It's said Elisa, not Elisa. My sister works for an insurance company, and she says every time my name pops up on a screen, like someone else who has the same name as me, which isn't often because my name isn't like a popular name, and people say like, "Oh, it's under Alyssa or Alicia or Eliza." She's like, I always correct them, and I don't tell them why. I don't tell them my sister has the same name, but I'm always like, yeah, no, that's said Elisa. I'm sure it wasn't Casey's either, like, right? I used to get so upset, right? Like so freaking upset. I used to say it's Lisa with an E in front. That's it. It's not that hard. It's said Elisa. It's not hard. And for short, Elise. My dad called me Elise. It was his pet name for me. And after my dad started calling me that, basically everyone else did. It was just easier for people to say Elise than Elisa. It just still is easier for people to call me Elise than Elisa. It's always been my nickname. It's just much easier for people to remember and say for some reason. But I used to get so upset as a kid. Like, why can't I? I remember my grandmother getting an LL Bean backpack for me for school and having my name put on it. And I was so happy. No, you're supposed to call me Elise. Everyone calls me Elise. That's my nickname. I am happy with that nickname. Most people do call me Elise. That is what I am known as. My dad called me Elise, and pretty much everyone after that called me Elise. And so I am always known as Elise. It's been my nickname for a long, long time now. Much easier than Elisa, because then people, like I said, then they'll say Alicia, Alyssa, Eliza. And of course, my husband doesn't call me Elise. He calls me Babe. So, yep, Elise is perfectly acceptable and okay. It's what I prefer, as a matter of fact. I always feel like if you say my regular name, like I'm in trouble or something, like my grandmother used to do when I was a kid, like Elisa Marie, like what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Wasn't me. I'm doing the Shaggy. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh God, I forgot there's more. Okay. This one's a good, Sean Good. She's a Jew, so deaf puts out. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean exactly. Proctor said, deport their asses. I don't care if they are here legally or what their excuse was. Fucking deport those sand N-words. Cool. I guess I'm one of those. Oh, God. Sean Good uses the C word, not the cunt word, but a C word, used to disparagingly talk about Asian people, and then says C-tard. Michael Proctor says Detroit should be destroyed along with places like Flint, Michigan. They're breeding grounds for N-words to run wild. Now listen, Flint, Michigan is had its, I mean, they didn't even have clean drinking water for I don't even know how fucking long. Like, people in Flint, Michigan were being completely just like ignored, like it didn't even exist. Nobody was fixing the drinking water problem, right? Crime was rampant. And there are people from there, right? Can't afford to. Some people are like, if you don't like where you live, just get up and leave. And it's like, yeah, okay, cool. Do you have 10, 15 grand for me to do that? Because if all your money is going to rent, right, already, then you can assume you don't have 10 grand for first, last, security or more, right? And also moving costs to move to a different state or something like that. It's not easy to just get up and leave and move, right? You have to have the money to do that. And so I am sure that people in Flint, Michigan wanted to just be treated like every other normal human being, and maybe people to care about the fact that they had no clean drinking water and that the government wasn't doing shit to fucking fix it. It's not their fault, right? Even if Flint, Michigan was a shithole or is a shithole, like, it's not their fault, right? It's not their fucking fault, dude. I've lived in places that were shitholes, right? And not for the lack of people wanting it to not be a shithole. It was for the lack of anything being done to fix it, I don't know how long exactly. I feel like it was just a few years when the case started, I believe. So not sure if it, how much it would be now, but I would assume that these were before that, obviously. I think it was a few years. So this must have gone back a while, I don't know. Good said Jew fucker. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean either. Some of my closest friends are Jewish. And I actually love when they share their, like, heritage, like, I love for my kids to be able to participate in knowing what a dreidel is and latkes. And I learned as a kid, and I think it's important to teach your kids about all different ethnicities and all sorts of, just let them be cultured, you know, like culture is so rich in different places. Like I'm one of those people that loves to experience it. Like if I could travel the world right now, I would do it. Like that would be so much fun. Experience all these different cultures and all of these different things, their artwork, their dance, their foods, their, you know what I mean, their way of living. Like it's so different that it's so cool, right? Like, you know how weird they probably think we are here in America by the way we live? You know what I mean? Like, listen, when I go down south, I feel like I'm in a different planet, right? I'm sure they feel like they're a different planet when people from down south come here to Massachusetts. They're probably like, where the fuck are these people from? Planet Psycho? Like what, you know, they're very brash and we're very loud and we're abrasive and we swear a lot, you know? Some of my closest friends are Jewish. I don't know what do you have against Jewish people, dude? It's weird. It's fucking weird. Oh my god, this one's bad. Okay, this is a Proctor one. It should be Punch and N-word day in Canton today out of retribution. Any shine, any shine? I don't know what that means. Any shine you see, blast it in the face. I don't know what that means. Sean Good just throws out a good old N-word, and Proctor says all G words, another disparaging nickname for Asian people, have shrubs between their legs. What? I mean, these are kind of some weird misconceptions. I'm not going to lie. Like, some of these are just really weird misconceptions of things that simply aren't true. And I mean, you would think that grown men would know that, but it doesn't seem like they did. Um, but it does lead me to question what the, what, like, if we took every cop in America's phones, private phones, which I don't think we should be doing anyway, because they do have a right to privacy, regardless of if they're cops, they still have a right to privacy, right? I feel like what else would we find? You know, like why, when they hire them, are we not doing? And I know lie detector tests aren't like, um, you can't use them in court. They're not, because you can fail them just for being like anxiety ridden and your like blood pressure and stuff. If you clench your butt cheeks, right? Like it'll show up as you're lying. I kid you not. It's not a joke. I'm dead serious. So like there are certain things that you would do even if you're just nervous or have anxiety for things like that. Like you would just fail it miserably anyway. So that's why it's not admissible in court, because it's not obviously an exact science. But I mean, there needs to be better hiring practices where if there is that kind of racism, um, that way of thinking has no place in policing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why I feel like policing has gotten way worse since I was a kid. Listen, when I was a kid, we had the neighborhood cops, and he would come around with his police car, and he'd let us hit the button for the thing to go on, and he would, ride us around the block in the car, and he would get out and talk to all the families and the parents and the kids. The fire department would come down with the fire hose in the summertime and let the fire hose go up, and the kids could run back and forth through the fire hose water when I was a kid, okay? They don't even have their cruisers anymore. Never mind know who lives in the neighborhood. Back in the day, they were able to sort of figure out, like, okay, this house is a house we're here a lot for domestic violence, but we know these people next door, right? They're a nice little elderly couple and whatever. And these people across the street have two kids that go to the school with my kids, and we know their names, we know where they're from, we know. So, like, what the hell? Like, policing has changed because they don't know who the fuck lives in a neighborhood now. So now they're too afraid to even get out of their goddamn car. Well, here's an idea: if you ever got out of your car and maybe walk the beat as they used to do, or talk to the people who live there, like you would know more about the neighborhood itself, like they used to do. Now it's, oh, that's a safety issue. Well, everything's a fucking safety issue. Everything is a goddamn safety issue. Well, we could be shot or stabbed or killed, and it's like, okay, you could be. You could also be hit by a bus or get in a plane crash, but do you know what the odds are? You know what I mean? Like, it's just not an excuse to not do better in policing in general. And getting to know the people who live in the neighborhoods that you're servicing, I think is important. You know what I mean? Like, it goes a long way to, like, to dispel some of that, like, thinking too.
right? Like you meet people from all walks of life, right? And these people who are, you know, close to one another, you know? See, I mean, I have this problem with cops where they have that whole thinking of like, I am the law, so I don't have to follow the law. And that's part of my issue when it comes to policing is and I just watched this the other day. We had me and my sister dropped the kids off at school, went and got coffee, and we're in the car just singing and dancing like the goofballs that we are. And a cop comes flying down the opposite side of the road. He's doing at least 20 miles over the speed limit. No emergency, no lights on, just fucking booking it. Sir, you're not going to a call, right? Why the fuck are you doing that? I've watched cops in traffic throw their lights on, go through the red light, and turn their lights off. That's illegal. Okay? Cannot do that just to get through a red light. But they do. Why? Because they are the law, right? They are the law. So they can just do whatever they want. No. Is it? I've never heard that before. Thank you. I've never heard that before. That is wild. Never heard of that. I've never heard that. That is fucking insane. I mean, yeah, a lot of it is learned at home, I feel like, you know? I am so glad I teach my kids better than that, you know? I don't want that for my kids, you know? I don't think anybody wants that for their kids nowadays. You should want your children to base their opinion of someone based on the way that other people treat you. Not based on someone else's opinion, not based on the color of their skin, not based on what they, you know, eat for dinner or what they don't eat religiously, or you know what I mean? Like it's weird. Like for instance, my sister's household doesn't eat pork. She's always eaten pork, but her fiance's family never is eaten. They don't eat pork, right? I don't know if it's a religious reason or they just don't eat pork, whatever, but they just don't eat pork. So my sister, she won't get like regular bacon even for herself, right? She'll get like turkey bacon or turkey sausage. And I'm like, you're so brave, girl, because I don't love like pork, like pork chops pork, but like I love bacon, right? I love me some bacon. All right. I don't know who doesn't like bacon. There's something wrong with you, don't like bacon. I love bacon. But like she, you know, so I so I said to her this morning, I was talking about something. Oh, pork chops and applesauce. That's what I was talking to her about this morning. My husband likes pork chops and applesauce. And she was like, I was like, you guys should come over. And she was like, yeah, we don't eat pork. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I was like, I could make you chicken. You know what I mean? Like I make you chicken instead of pork. But like that's the way that, you know what I mean? Like learn about why, right? You know, it's very diverse. And I think growing up, having a daughter with a rare disease and her having a G-tube, like a lot of the kids would stare at her, you know? Ooh, conspiracy dog walk. I like conspiracy dog walks. But people would stare at her because her G-tube when she was a baby was up her nose, right? Taped to her nose, and it would go down her throat. And then when she got older, they did the stomach G-tube. And so now that's where it is. It's in her stomach. But she would wear like, you know, a shirt and it would show, or a big, you know, bathing suit and it would show, and the kids would stare at it. And I taught my daughter at a young age, like, they're not staring at it to be mean, right? Yeah, you're different. Different's not bad. Different's just different. Mommy's a nerd. I'm a little different. I'm a little weird. I'm a nerd, right? But I'm also very girly, right? Those two things usually don't go together. But here I am, right? So being different isn't bad. It's just different. And so I taught my daughter that, hey, if you see a kid that's staring at it, instead of being upset that they're staring at it or thinking that they're thinking bad of you, why don't you educate them? Tell them what it is. Kids are more curious than anything, right? And so she did, right? And then after that, she felt more comfortable to wear bikinis. She was having this problem with not wanting to wear the bikini because it was, you know, sticking out. And I'm like, who cares? It's part of you, right? Be proud of who you are and what you are, you know, like it is a part of you. And so ever since then, like if someone looked, she would explain what it was and what it did. And kids were actually, you know, and where kids can be really mean, the kids were actually intriguingly very kind about it after she would explain what it was. And they'd be like, oh, that's cool. Like, you know, and they would go about just playing. So it's like once they realize, to them, it's just something they've never seen before. you know? And so I always say giving people education is part of a way for them to understand. You know, when we want to pass a bill, do you know how many times I've done speaking in front of a committee, in front of people on Beacon Hill here in Massachusetts? Like a lot, reps or senators. And when they hear real life stories from real life people, real humans going through these really, you know, shitty things pertaining to X, Y, or Z, right? When they can put a face to an actual thing happening to someone, they understand it better. When they can ask a human questions about it instead of just, breaking news, homeless people living on the streets. Okay, breaking news, out of sight, out of mind, right? But if you have families coming in to testify how it happened, what happened, why it happened, and how there is no hope to fix it, X, Y, Z happened, and you've had to do all these, you know, skip couch codes. People were sleeping in airports, like all sorts of crazy shit, right? When they can put a face and a name on it happening to a lot of people, that's when they take action. Hearing a news report of it, cool, you heard a news report, off it goes again. Out of sight, out of mind. But when it is there in front of you and someone is educating you on it and sharing their story, their truth with you, it's very powerful. It's very powerful. There's a reason why I will have any victim of anything on my show, because they deserve to tell their story, to tell their truth without fear of not being believed, without fear of people criticizing them, without fear of people making fun of them. Like, I am one of those survivors, right? I am one of them. And it gets easier every time I talk about it, but it's still a fucking hard thing to talk about, right? And as a survivor of domestic violence or SA as a child or addiction, right? Um, it's fucking hard, right? You give yourself the most criticism. You don't need it from strangers who didn't walk a mile in your shoes, right? What you need is the ability to share that story with other people who might be going through it or have been through it, which then inspires other people to not just live with it on their own, to reach out, right? Which then in turn helps people want to, change their mental health from maybe wanting to hurt themselves and unalive themselves to feeling like, wow, they got a breath of fresh air. They can talk to someone who has been through it, who's gone through it, and they don't have to do it alone. You know, that is the hope that you get out of telling your story and your truth to people, is that you hope that it gets to at least one person that has dealt with it or is still dealing with it and has never told anyone. They're embarrassed or ashamed to talk about it, and they shouldn't be, right? But there's a stigmatism, especially for men, when it comes to sexual assault. Even as a child, there is a stigma attached to domestic violence. There's a stigma attached to being an addict, right? I had to overcome all of them, not just one or two, but all of them. It's even harder to try to get through all of them. One, okay, cool, one. But you want to hold the stigma of somebody who was, an SA victim as a child, and then a victim of more abuse in foster care, and then, a survivor of domestic violence as a young adult, a very young adult. So you survived that, which led you to your addiction, and you survived that, right? The stigma is still attached. Oh, she was just a junkie, right? It doesn't matter if it's been 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, people will sometimes always think of me as a junkie. Always. And I shouldn't have to wear that, right? Forever. I shouldn't have to be the victim of stigmatism, right? Because if I can make it out of addiction, and it be this long, almost 2 decades later, right? And turn my life around. And of course, what are you doing when you're dealing with addiction? Usually you're trying to just, you're in survival mode, right? You're trying to kill that pain that just can't be killed. with drugs. You want to numb your feelings so you can't feel anything because every day is torture. Living with the secret that you were a sexual assault victim as a child, or an abuse victim in foster care, or a domestic violence victim, right? Like you're living with that every single day. And so an addiction just kills all that pain that you're feeling constantly inside, right? When you make it out of that, you're proud. When you can help other people out of that, you're proud. And people shouldn't feel like they can't share that they used to be. I have so many people who won't even share that they used to be an addict, because then people will see them differently or treat them differently. And I mean, I've lived it when it comes to healthcare. Thank God I have the doctor that I have now. But even telling your old, your doctor that you used to be an addict, a lot of times they will treat you differently, no matter how long it's been. It's been almost 2 decades I've been sober from drugs. Like, and I've never been a big drinker. I rarely drink, a few times a year, maybe. I'd say 10 total, and that's pushing it. I barely drink, usually on vacation, 4th of July, maybe my birthday, maybe my anniversary. Um, Once in a while for like a Super Bowl or something, maybe a wedding. Not often. New Year's Eve, you know, little things like that. But not a big drinker, never have been. Kids can be cruel, but I feel like living with one of those stigmas is a lot. Living with all of them is even worse. And I am not the only one living with more than one. Most people who had to deal with domestic violence or SA end up in an addiction of sorts. And some of the times people don't realize why, right? Why did this person become an addict? A lot of the times it's trauma that people don't know about, whether it was being, raped and people don't know, or, being a victim of SA as a kid and people don't know, right? Because some people take it to their grave and they never tell anyone, and they should never have to walk that alone either. And I remember when I first told someone who was sharing with me, I decided in that moment that I was comfortable enough, since she was sharing with me, to share with her. And it was the first time I ever told anyone, and it felt good to tell someone. And in that moment of telling her, I realized why I was using to begin with, right? Like, I realized that was part of the reason. And getting it out, telling someone, talking about it, like, it changed everything for me. And like, yeah, then you got to feel those feelings, right? You got to feel those feelings, which is fucking hard. But it also changes your life for the better, where you're like, I don't want to live my life just being an addict, just, you know, all the time. Like, nobody wants to do that, right? Like, there is so much more in life to live. And I can tell you I'm like a cat, right? Like, in my using days, I overdosed a total of nine times. I shouldn't even be alive. Okay, 9 times. That is a lot of times for someone to still be alive after that. But fentanyl was not around much when I was using. Came way after my time. It was here and there, but not as prevalent as it is now, of course. And so I was lucky enough to have people around me that didn't let me die, thankfully, because there's a lot of times that happens and people will just leave you there or drop you off somewhere and hope that someone finds you. And thankfully, the people around me didn't do that. And one of my good friends, I'll never forget, it happened, and I was in the car and I overdosed. And he had his friend was driving, so he had made the friend obviously drive straight to the hospital in Brighton. And my friend literally got out of the car and carried me into the hospital, and then sat there and waited the 8 hours. Sat there the entire time. He could have left, could have called me and been like, come back and get you when they release you, right? Or we don't want to be seen because we were using too. Like, no, he sat there and he waited. And unfortunately, that man is no longer alive today, because eventually he overdosed and passed away. But it's people like him who saved my life, right? So I owe it to someone else to try to help them, so on and so forth. And stigma is a huge thing. Sexual assault, my dad lived with that his entire life and only told 2 people. And I didn't know until he died. He was already gone. Maybe had he shared with us, then maybe we could have helped him. That's what I think about. Maybe we could have. But the stigma of that kept my dad from telling anybody that kind of pain that he was feeling on the inside.
We didn't know he was struggling, right? You don't know what you don't know, so you can't stop it, right? But I start to think about hateful thinking, and the sewer turtle spreads a lot of that hate, right? That's part of his thing, is spreading that us versus them hate. Oh, this person was a junkie and a criminal. You know, before all this, one of Aiden's famous things to do was trash anyone who was going through a hard time in life, especially addicts. But to go through their old records and be like, well, I've never been arrested and I'm not a criminal. These people are fucking. Well, he can no longer say that he's never been arrested. He can no longer say that he's not a fucking criminal, right? And so he doesn't say that anymore. But that was one of his main talking points about shitting on other people. So funny enough, he brings it in a tweet the other day and says, oh, why are we going through people's old records? I mean, that's fucking stupid. Who cares? And then follows it up by saying, I know that's what I do, but no, there's no but. There's no, oh, that's what I do, but no one else can do it. It's stupid. Well, if it's stupid, why do you do it? You know what I mean? Like, the fact that anybody listens to a word that man has to say is fucking wild to me. Okay? No. Absolutely fucking not. So, okay. Let me lighten it up a little before I give you guys my summer song, and then we'll go back into some of the tanties that the Turtle and Ethel had real quick. Also, breaking news. Ethel, by the way, has canceled Bunny After Dark, folks. She will only do shows that don't require her to put any effort into them, said Jay-Z. She said, this is part of a little bit of what Ethel said. But lately I felt uninspired and I need to re-energize. Some family changes will subsequently alter my schedule, and I'm going to use that as an opportunity to refresh what I have cultivated. Refresh what you've cultivated? What you've cultivated is hate, anger, us versus them, shitting on other people so you can take Aiden's place when he goes to jail. What you cultivated is gross. It's a hate farm. That's what it is. I know I do. I'm very happy with what I have built. Well, that speaks volumes. And it's time to see how far it can really go. But before that, I need to slow down, focus, and be deliberate with what I am doing. Oh, right? Stay uninspired, please, for the love of God. I am placing Bunny After Dark on hiatus for the indefinite future. 24 on 24 will continue Monday through Friday and will no longer be interacting on X aside to post content and reporting exclusively. You don't report, Jess, okay? You don't even know how to. I will, however, be spending more time on this platform, which I have not done in some time. I don't know what platform this is that she posted this on, but fucking weird, okay? I will no longer work Saturdays. She's too good for Saturdays, not for nothing, but I work 6 days a week because in order to keep a platform that's small, you have to have consistency, right? You have to bring in enough money to do that, which requires working a lot, unfortunately. If I could afford to just take all weekend off every weekend, I fucking would. But someone said, Melissa said, odd choice after dropping $80 jammies. Yeah, she made like jammies that are like $60 or $80 in her store. Like never, that's one of the reasons why I like stopped doing the store, because a lot of it, like I could sell a sweatshirt for $60 and the kickback they're giving me is $3, right? The company who makes it is giving me $3 on that. I don't want my people paying for fucking $60 sweatshirts if I'm getting $3. It doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather do like select orders of people who like want something made with the show's name on it, and I will make it at home with my Cricut, right? Like, you know, I would obviously I'd have to price out like if it's a hoodie, how much is a hoodie right now, right? How much is the vinyl, right? So even if they're buying a $60 sweatshirt, at least I know it was made by me, right? I know it's going to last. I know that I use the best heat vinyl there is to use, and you know, I'm not giving it to a company that's like, oh yeah, here's $3 for your logo and your, you know, I would fucking rather make it myself. A t-shirt, a canvas bag. I actually have a bunch of blank canvas bags, and I have a couple like blank makeup bags, bunch of blank cups, but I don't have any t-shirts left or hoodies or anything like that. But I do have like a good, you know, I have dog bowls, I have pot holders, I have stuff like that. But it's wild to me. The media company's down to a single show of trash talking.
Amazing. All right. I need to get back to the, I'm gonna give the heartwarming thing before I give you guys the where is it? It was a little baby moose. Oh, it was so cute.
She's panicking. Oh, all right.
So one of the baby mooses couldn't get over the barrier.
There you go.
Couldn't do it. One baby moose could not get over the barrier to the mama moose. So the husband's trying to get out to go help the moose go over, but the moose starts running away.
Oh no.
And the cars start moving, and of course he's scared. The little moose is scared, and the mama moose is yelling to him, and mama moose comes back at some point and tries to like get him to jump over, but he can't. So this guy and the guy in the white car, I believe, get out and try to help the moose get over the barrier. He comes back, but I'll skip a little further. So
one did it once. Maybe he can do it again.
The mom comes back, right? Here comes Mama Moose. Like, come on, baby Moose,
Yeah,
you need to jump back over. You know?
Oh, it's just your door. It's peeping because of your door.
Gets out again to help the moose. They move up a little because the cars start moving, and so of course this guy's trying to help the moose, right? It's like, come on, little baby moose. Come on, moose. And the moose still can't jump over, still can't get over.
He's the same.
So they go over. Let me skip a little further up here. They go over, see the mama moose is like, come on, baby moose. Come on, baby moose.
Okay, Dwayne. Between you and that guy, you should get the job done.
So skip. They're trying to like tap the thing, like, come on, baby moose, you can do it, baby moose. And the baby moose is like, nah, bro, can't do this. Not doing it, can't do it. And the mama moose is on the other side of the road still, just off into the woods, just looking, watching. And so finally they get three grown adults, and they like coax the moose back over to the median, the highway median, and of course all traffic is stopped for this poor baby moose, and the guy finally grabs him and is like, come on, moose, we're gonna get you over the side here. I'm gonna bring you to mama. Puts him over, and the baby moose still won't go, right? He pats him in the butt, go moose, go, and the other guy's like, come on, moose, and the moose won't walk. Moose just like stop. The baby moose stops, so the guy hops over the median, grabs the moose, walks that baby moose across the street to the baby mama, to the mama, pushes him into the woods where mama is. Mama's over here. Go ahead, baby. Baby moose to mama. They bring the moosey to mama. It was just so cute. I saw it this morning, and it was a mother moose had crossed the highway, but one of her newborn twin calves couldn't make it over the median barrier. As traffic began to back up and people were anxious to move on, a driver stepped in to help. He lifted the calf over the median and carried it to where its mother was waiting, safely reuniting the moose. What a cute moose. All right, I got a song. Then we'll get into these other tanties that are happening over here. I got a song. I got a summer song you guys might appreciate. Okay. Where the fuck? Why is it not showing? What is happening here? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Over here. I actually have to pee, so this is a good time for me to go pee. Now, you have to listen to the words. I'll put them on the screen, but you have to listen to the words of the song to appreciate them, folks, okay?
Yeah, summer's calling, let's get away. No more nosy if the rent's in my ear. Sewer turtle tensies disappear. Roll back breaker with the weird text. We're done with all that, no more stress. Summer's gonna be so fun, touching grass, camping out, swimming, having a blast. Hey, what happened to that real dough in Tennessee? No more people laughing, crazy berry stalkers online all day. Insane turtle cultists, they don't play. Spending summer breathing the interwebs while we live real life. No regrets. Summer's gonna be so fun. Touching grass, camping out, swimming, having a blast. Hey, what happened to that grill dough in Tennessee? Normal people laughing, drinks and smiles for free. No sewer code leader, fighting birds and bees. He was never caught. Nature's not his friend. Birds flipping him off from the trees. We're out here living. This is the end. Catchy summer beat. Viral and sweet. Touching grass can't be beat. Hey, trouble, chitty.
Sorry, everyone needs to touch grass. As we know, most people don't think they need to touch grass these days. They need to breathe the interwebs 24/7. I spend lots of time with my kiddos, and we have a blast doing all sorts of random shit. We use the kit that one of you beautiful people got us, and me and my little made all of the Tabla squishies that we made. I love these things. And yes, they take hours to make because they have to like sit to dry. But you can put sparkles, and you can put one of them has the glow in the dark stuff in it. We did use the whole kit though now, so now we got to get a new one if we want to make different ones. But it was a blast to do with my kiddo, and we had so much fun doing it. This one's one of my favorites, the little paw print. It's fun to squish. This one's the one that glows in the dark. The front of the paw glows in the dark, and it comes with this like stuff that if it's too squishy, it's like little hairs. That's what it is. You roll it in like the white powdery like little hair things, and it becomes like less squishy. But these things are fun just to even just sit and squish, and pretty durable. We made these, right? Like they come with the little molds and everything, and you got to mix certain things, but we did it together, and we had a blast. Like, there are other things people can do besides bitch on the interwebs, Ethel. Okay. Now, before we get to Ethel, I totally forgot about the I Can't Go Back song. I forgot about that one. I also forgot about the, which one is it? Hold on. Cult. This one? Or is it Digital? I think it's Digital Messiah. It's one of my favorite ones that I made, is specifically about the cult. So while I pull up the Tanties, please enjoy Digital Messiah for a second while I pull up the Tanties.
Whispers in the dark web, screams light up the night. They pull you in with promises, sweet lies and the feet. Click by click, your hopes serve in the dark beat. Online army rises, keyboards turn to knives. Tyrants into muddy, ruining innocent lives. No escape from the swarm, they hunt you down. Speak the truth, they'll burn your world to the ground. crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. Greed devours the soul, powers their drug. Control every thought, pull every string, go to any length, break every rule, destroy the rebels, keep the faithful fools. Afraid to question lines drawn in fear. He's the savior, wipe away the tear. Clouds of control, queen knows no end. Leader's delusion, he's Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his masquerade. He preaches from his throne of lies, compares his wrath to holy skies, but underneath the halo glow, a monster pulling strings below. Codes of control, he knows no end. Neither delusion, he's Jesus sent. Silencing voices, crimes in the shade. Fear keeps them loyal in his master. Screams fade to black, but the echo remains online. Go forever, breaking the chains.
Okay. We'll do I can't go back later. All right. So, Tanties incoming.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
Hello, darlings. Okay. So, what we got? Okay. Bookmarks. Thank you very much. Oh, shit. Wait. I had one thing right here that I wanted. So, I forgot about this, right? Of course, the Tanty of the turtle partly was, these texts are disgusting. They're horrific, right? But let's all take a little trip down memory lane, shall we? Take a little trip down memory lane. I'm going to need to ask if anybody knows who was the Ghetto Mellow account. Anybody remember? Anybody remember who the fuck the Ghetto Mellow account was? Does anybody remember who that account was on X? For those of you who have X, does anybody remember? If you don't, I'll be happy to tell you, but I want to see if any of you guys remember who the fucking account that was Ghetto Mellow was. Who was it, guys? Who was it? It was Aiden, right? What did the Ghetto Mellow account say? It dropped fucking N-bombs all the time. N-bombs. Do you want to know how he tried to play that one off? I didn't use a hard R at the end. Are you fucking kidding me? So essentially, Aiden says it's totally okay if there's no hard R at the end, just to say the N-word, right? So the Ghetto Mellow account, you know, totally okay because it was him, and totally okay because he doesn't say the hard R at the end. So this is where I don't think anybody could say that the texts are not bad, right? Or horrific. They absolutely fucking are, right? Exactly, Lisa. Rules for thee, but not for me, right?
But coming from him, it doesn't mean much, right? Nobody gives a fuck what he thinks horrific is or isn't because he's just saying it at this point. Now, what does he have his tanties about, you might ask? You know, important things going on. What does he tanty out about, guys? Jen Altman. He tanties out about Jen Altman. Who else tanties out about Jen Altman right after that? Who decides they're going to take the fucking dog whistle and run with it? Who does it? Anyone want to guess? Alex? I will take Ethel Machado for 700, Alex. Yep, Ethel decides she's going to go on a whole tanty about Jen Altman, right? How Jen Altman used to be poor and had an eviction on her record and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that was a long time ago, you know? Like, people get their lives together and they, you know, move on and, you know, they do better, right? That happens. Also, she's so bothered by Jen, and she says she's not bothered by Jen, but here's an idea. Maybe stop being a shitty person, Ethel, right? Maybe, just maybe, stop being a shitty human being, you know? Like, maybe, just maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying, right? Who goes on with that? Oh, Sparkles. Sparkles jumps on that bandwagon too. You know, they all jump on the same fucking bandwagon. It's amazing to me, you know? Oh, the walls have been closing in. Oh, I'm going to show that part too. It did go badly. It did. It did. And I don't think Aiden thought it was going to go badly, you know? I don't know. I don't write reviews with Ethel Machado here. Chastising random Home Depot workers for their unsuitable display of American flags, which are not maintained properly. It's America's 250th anniversary, and Ethel is the only American who knows how to celebrate it properly. Okay? She's the only one, folks. Ethel Tanty incoming.
I don't think it matters to anybody, but the display of the American flags is pretty bad over there. There are flags, so they're kind of
cool. So, like, are you like, I need to speak to the manager Caring style right now? Is this like I need to speak to the manager? Your display of flags was bad. You're gonna need to fix it. Ethel thinks you need to do it.
like on shelves. Yeah, it's just not like maintained properly, but it's probably just because it's busy. But
Not
like some were pushed on the shelf in the back or whatever.
Not properly. I'm sorry, Ethel. Do you work there? How the fuck would you know what properly is? Also, you know, what happens when you work in retail is people touch things and they move them. It would be impossible for the workers to just stand at the section where the flags are and fix every single one as someone touches it or moves it, right? Wouldn't that be impossible? Yeah, they also don't get paid to do that. They get paid to fix it, but they do not get paid to stand in front of the flags because Ethel Machado doesn't like it and fix it every time someone moves. Like, shut the actual fuck up. You sound stupid. I need to speak to the manager. Like, you might as well just ran around the store being like, I'm going to need to speak to the manager. My name is Karen. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what? It's amazing, right? It's amazing.
It's our 250th, so.
No, I mean, not.
I know what you mean, though.
Associates, customers.
Yeah. I took the ones that were shoved in the shelf and put them on the shelf on the side, but it's still kind of a mess.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's the summer. People are buying things and moving things. It's life, Ethel. Who fucking cares? Move on with your life. You're such a nosy Nancy. It's not even funny. Like, this is why we call you Ethel. MYOB. Ever heard mind your own fucking business, Ethel? I don't think you have.
Customer just.
Maybe if you stop minding everyone else's business, then they wouldn't have to even talk about you, right? Like, but you can't. You cannot help yourself.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not wrapped too. It's very
It's also hidden, like it's in the corner on 51.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For
So,
some reason.
Are we for really with this? Like, are we for cereal? Like, is this for cereal? Like, who spends their time doing this shit? Pointing this shit out? Like, who the fuck does this? Hey, girl, hey. Oh, I love like confetti. Hey, confetti love. Right? Mind your own motherfucking business, Ethel. Speaking of which, now that you just popped in, I have somebody else who needs to mind their own motherfucking business. Barry. Like, some of these people just like are wildly insane, and I don't know how they haven't been subjected to a fucking white padded wall yet at this point. Okay, I'm not understanding. I don't get it. I just don't fucking understand. It's wild to me. Wild. I mean, of course she knows she's being recorded. I mean, she can't even go to a doctor's appointment. Okay? A doctor's appointment without, using that as content. Oh, Leah! Look at Leah's pup. He is so stinking cute. What a cutie patootie. I just want to squeeze a little cheeks and scratch his little head and give him a belly rub. He's so stinking cute. I'm just saying, these people don't know how to mind their business. I have a public service announcement for Barry, right? Here's a public service announcement for this. Maybe, just maybe, Barry, you should spend your time touching grass. Read the fucking title, right? Maybe go enjoy the nice weather, sir. Maybe do that. Maybe torturing people who don't want to speak to you and then crying about it online by like threatening everybody with the federal government and lawsuits and charges that are never going to happen, and you're fucking delusional. Let me put it to you this way, Barry. You can't get charges on people who are ignoring you and you're stalking their lives. That's not how it works, right? They're ignoring you, so you'll go away and leave them alone. When you're incessantly doing things like calling their family members and emailing and threatening their family and their children, like, when you're doing all those extra things and these people want nothing to do with you, it's you committing the crime there, bud. You can stop pretending that, like, the feds and like people are gonna start jumping through windows on their fucking tethers. Okay, because the FBI actually has like a little blip about you and how insane you are, right? I kid you not. I kid you not. They actually have like a little thing in the system that's like, Barry J. Lewis called again. He's fucking bonkers. Don't listen to a word he says. Like, I kid you not. That's obviously not exactly what it says, but there's like a whole note in the system about him and how Looney Tunes he is. Okay, stop, bro. Stop. Here's an idea. Go about your fucking business and life, sir. Go about your business and go about your life and leave other people alone. Right? It's really simple. People don't want anything to do with you. They don't like you. You act a fool. You act like an insane person. And it's obsessive and it's stalking behavior, okay? And if any of you have come across Barry J. Lewis, of course, he has all these, sock accounts that have already been taken down. And then he's got the fake U.S. transit funding account that he likes to pretend is some, like, super serious. I don't even know how he continues to use that handle, U.S. transit funding. He can get in deep trouble for that, just saying. GM me if you want to join the collective. It's wild, Yes, I would love to have those clips. Thank you. Please send them to me. Pass them along, my friend, in the DMs. I don't even know if I have all the ones I wanted for today. So whatever you got from yesterday, send them along, my friend. So cute. It's wild, okay? But there are people like Ethel, like Barry, that go around harassing other people's lives, and then they claim victim the second someone fucking says boo to them, right? Boo. Oh my God, you're harassing me. So when people are being harassed and stalked for like 6 months or more, and they finally like make a tweet or a post and fire back after 6 months of ignoring someone, these are the first people to go, I'm going to go to the police station and say I'm being harassed because these people fired back at me after 6 months of calling their family members and their exes and their children and emails and texts and phone calls when I'm blocked. And like, what the actual F are you doing, Barry? What are you doing, sir? What are you doing? Are you aware that calling people and stalking them when you're blocked, sending threatening messages to their loved ones or their ex-loved ones or them themselves, do you realize that it's a crime, sir? That's a crime, sir. Those are crimes, right? I don't think you understand correctly. No one wants anything to do with you. Certainly not Anne. Right? Certainly not Anne. She wants nothing to do with you. I know that you are obsessed with her. I know that you are literally a stalker and a stage 5 clinger. I might get her a whistle, a stage 5 clinger whistle, okay? Because that is how fucking insane you are at this point. Here's one idea. Leave her alone. That's not hard, right? You would figure for some of these people it would be easy to like just leave someone alone. Don't worry, I'm going to play a clip of it. I do have one clip of that, but I know there's a few.
But can you imagine someone is calling not just you, right, and texting you, right, but they're calling your boyfriend, they are calling your ex and threatening you, trying to use your kids, right? Like, just, I mean, the most what? Now, mind you, this is not somebody you were in a relationship. This is somebody you talked to online and was friendly with. And then when things got a little weird and they were being a little weird, you were like, yeah, no, this is not for me. I'm not going to contact you or communicate with you anymore because, like, you're being weird, right? Like, right there is it should have ended, right then and there, right? Fucking then and there. Not interested. Thank you. No, thank you, right? But did it? No, it didn't. When you have to deal with, and I live this all the time, but usually it's various idiots, various cultists in my, and Aiden himself, but when you have to live being fucking stalked, not just cyber stalked, but in real life stalked, right? Once again, calling your loved ones, threatening your loved ones, threatening you, you need to contact them, you need to call. All he ever says constantly on his ex account is, Nan needs to call me. She needs to contact me. No, she doesn't. She wants nothing to do with you. She wants to be left alone. It's not that hard. She's not interested in speaking with you for any matter at all. I wouldn't be either. Who the fuck wants to speak to a clearly very unwell human being that does not seem to understand the word no thank you or no, right? I don't get it. It's psychotic. It's well beyond psychotic in my eyes at this point, right? We are into stalking territory. This is stalking. That's stalking. It's not just cyber stalking anymore. This is real life stalking. And there are laws for that, right? He was questioned about, well, they talked about his case. We're going to go over that in a minute. But you would think, as like a normal human being, that like you would stop contacting someone that wants nothing to do with you. No, not Barry. Not Barry. No. What does he do? Continues contacting you and starts contacting your family members and your fucking friends and your exes and your current boyfriends and like what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, why? Why would anyone on planet Earth continue trying to contact someone and then just trying to destroy someone's life that doesn't want to talk to you, right? Like, and the crime is what? Nan not being interested in speaking with him. That's the crime. That's why she deserves all the harassment from Barry J. Lewis, is because she does not want to speak with him because he's clearly a very unwell individual, right? And so instead of just, I don't know, leaving her alone and just moving on with your life and la da da, on we go, he makes up these weird conspiracies in his head where he's like, I was abandoned or I was done wrong. No, you weren't done wrong. There was nothing to do wrong with, right? When you're friends with someone, you don't want to be friends with them anymore. There's nothing that there is to be done wrong. You're just not friends with them anymore. It's really that simple, right? He doesn't seem to understand how that works exactly. And so his idea apparently of making someone speak to him is by harassing them and stalking them. Well, those are crimes in every state, regardless of whatever statute is in Florida or New Jersey. I'll tell you this much. A lot of the times the cops like to play the whole like, oh, the jurisdiction is over here. No, call this police station. No, call this police station. No, so they just point the fingers at each other. I have a lot of experience in dealing with police stations like this when they do that. And what I usually do specifically is I want to talk to the chief. So I will call the chief. And if they don't answer the phone, which a lot of the times I end up getting a voicemail, I leave a voicemail noting that voicemail is recorded. I note that, noting that I'm also going to be doing a story on the results of this. So I'd like to know exactly what it is that your department is going to do outside of try to pass the buck, right? Because you can't have someone stalking somebody, regardless of where they live. The stalking has gotten to a point where it is fucking scary, right? So it's going to be time for the police at some point to do their job, right? And a lot of the time it's not worth it to try to go through charges to deal with someone like him, which is why it necessarily hasn't gotten to the point where he's been charged yet. But now we're at that point, right? We're at that point where it's not clearly stopping. He hasn't gotten the picture, right? Ignoring him doesn't work, right? It doesn't, 1 + 1 does not compute to 2 in the brain, right? And so now we're at the point where the police are probably going to have to start, doing charges. And I don't mean like, hey, go down to the station and make your own, complaint, because that's absurd, right? Like, the police need to also do their job instead of making everybody make a fucking citizen complaint. That's just crazy talk.
And a lot of times these police stations are relying on, oh, well, you know what? You can go down to the courthouse and file a citizen's complaint. No. How about I don't? How about you do your job, right? You do your job and file charges, because that's not my job. That's your job, right? Here's all the evidence. Please do your job. Thank you. And if they choose to then not do their job, that is when, and the chief decides to do nothing, that is when you call back and you ask for an internal investigation. You want an IA investigation to find out exactly why it is that they want to keep passing the buck or playing the game of, oh, maybe it's a civil suit or maybe it's a civil matter. They love using, oh, it's a civil matter as an excuse to not deal with something. If you don't say that drugs are involved, okay, most of the time they don't want anything to do with it. So it's like, maybe it's time that the police be retrained, right? To learn how to deal with other issues besides drugs and or a murder, because it seems to me that the only things they want to deal with are drugs and or a murder. Anything else that falls in the middle, they're like, oh no, it's the other jurisdiction. Oh no, it's a civil matter. Like, yeah, no, we're not doing that anymore. I don't accept that, especially when a crime has been committed. We no longer accept the games that they play. So I'll tell you this, as an advocate, I have done this dozens of times. And what ends up happening is the internal investigation doesn't even get started before they actually start doing their fucking job at that point. So I say watch this space. Because I think me and the chief in Florida and maybe New Jersey are going to have a little chit chat. You know, we're going to have a little chit chat this week. Because Barry J. Lewis does not seem to understand the word no, doesn't seem to understand the ignoring means leave someone alone. It doesn't mean keep harassing them and their family members and their children and threatening them and death threats. And, you know, I think that was the defamation case. I had it written down for 10 a.m. as well, but I wasn't sure which case it was. So I was actually on the phone with somebody this morning, and I'm like, I have it written down for 10 a.m. Is this the defamation case? I didn't write next to it what it was. And I'm like, fuck, I did not write down what it was. I believe it was the defamation case. I believe. But we, you know, as soon as I get any information on it, we'll go over it, of course. But, you know, it just strikes me. I was like, if anybody ever goes through something like this and you ever need help, like, reach out. I will help you. I have no problem with it. Like, we cannot allow shit like this to continue and then go unchecked, because people like that, you never know what they're gonna do if it goes unchecked. Then they think, oh, we're getting away with it, and they just keep doing it, or they get worse, and so on and so forth. And it can cause damage to your life, right? It can make you fucking really, you're worrying every day, is this person gonna show up in my house like acting psychotic? Like, no, that's not acceptable by any stretch of the fucking imagination, right? We're not doing all that. That's not a thing. So if I was Barry J. Lewis, and I'm not, but if I was, I would probably just leave Nan alone and her family and her children and stop threatening her. She's not going to call you. She's not going to contact you. She does not have nothing to say to you, nor does she want to have anything to say to you. Neither would I. What the fuck? What do you think? It's very clear, like, she does not want to talk to you. Hasn't in a very long time. Compute that, sir. Compute it into your brain, okay? Compute. It's not hard. Now, on the other hand, you know, people like Sewer Turtle can't stop, you know, doing things to go after his mortal enemies, one of which being now Jen Altman, which I find funny that he thinks that she's now a mortal enemy, right? She's a mortal enemy now, folks. So he did a whole stream on Jen Altman, and then, of course, Ethel then went on and on about Jen Altman. But so this is the show that he went on, right, to talk about the Karen Reed case, because that's all he can talk about. Let's remember, folks, he has nothing else that he can journalistically say, talk about, do, or anything of the matter other than talking about the Karen Reed case and attaching himself to Karen Reed. So he gets on this show with Alex Stein, and there's a little segment here. There's two different segments I'm going to show you, but this is the first one, right? Aiden doesn't get the answer he likes, of course, and he starts rolling his eyes. Like, his face can't stop facing, as usual. You know, his face tells on him, per usual. And you can see how very uncomfortable he is that it's not his show and that he has no control. See, that's what happens when you're dealing with a narcissist that needs constant control, and a pat on the back is this happens.
Them. And so the jury is my people. That is where I'm going to find them. And there is no way a jury of 12 will ever convict me, ever.
Well, I hope that you don't get convicted, and I hope that that doesn't happen. But
delusional
I'll
to
just
think
be
that.
honest, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not even trying to be negative because I think that you should be positive in the situation, especially when times are tough. That's when you should have the most gratitude. That's when you should be the most thankful for your audience, the fact that you have it, because a lot of people would love to have an audience. My point is this: I'm not trying to give you a lecture.
Now, right in that little clip, basically the guy is saying, and I think he realizes that like Aiden's getting aggravated with him saying it, and so he kind of backtracks a little right after this. But what he's basically saying is most people would be grateful with the amount of money that's coming in right now for your channel, right? From your viewers. And they would be grateful that they have viewership still of any kind, right? And they would be grateful. They wouldn't be bitching and whining about everybody imaginable on planet Earth while they're going through a lot of this, right? So the guy starts to realize that, like, see his cheeks are turning red. You can see how the guy's cheeks are turning red. He starts realizing, oh, you can't see it really good on the camera here, but you can when I'm watching it, right? Right? I mean, he basically, but here's the thing. He starts to realize, like, look at how pissed off Aiden looks. He starts to realize Aiden's getting pissed off, and he starts to backtrack a little. Oh, I don't think you got anything to worry about, but nothing's ever definite. And it's like, bro, he's telling you without telling you live that, like, you're fucked. You're fucked, sir.
Sure, I don't want to say that. But when you get in a courtroom, they don't care about how many Instagram followers you are. They don't care about, how big of an audience
They
is
do not.
outside holding posters for you. Really
They
and
do
truly,
not.
Totally.
you're dealing with 6 or 12 people that, like you said, are functioning autistic people that can't even figure out how to get out of jury duty because they want to make the $127 that they get for being a part of it. And
I mean, how stupid do you have to be to say something like that? Oh, yeah, they want to make the $127 a day. I'm sorry, what? 120? You think people get on a jury to get the $127 a day? Newsflash: I don't even think they get that much here in Massachusetts. Number one. Number two, that is definitely not why people get on a jury. Although some people do, as we know, lie to get on juries because they think that they're going to get some sort of like, they're going to be on the news or someone's going to want to have an interview with them about it, right? Some people do that, but it ain't for the $127, sir. Stop it.
on top of that, maybe you'll get lucky and you'll get some liberals on the jury that
Liberals hate him. Let's just throw that out there. Liberals fucking hate Aiden. Look at his face. He knows it too. He had a big smile and it starts to go down, down, down. Like liberals hate him. They hate him.
don't like cops, and then I think he'll be fine. But if that doesn't happen, I don't know, dude. I would never just say anything's a lock. But I don't think you should be worried. But
I wouldn't say it's a lot, but I don't think you should be worried. Aiden's eyes are like darting back and forth. He's like, what's this guy fucking saying? Listen, you got to be worried, Aiden. Sorry, but this guy's basically trying to tell you without he has you on his show, so he doesn't want to completely shit on you. So the fact that this dude kind of backtracks a little is what gets me. It's like, bro, you were getting there to tell him that he's fucking ultimately screwed, right? Like, Alex something or another. I don't fucking know. Alex Stein, right? But it's very clear to me the guy is backtracks, right? Because he realizes Aiden's getting pissed off. And it's like, bro, do you need his audience that much that you need to backtrack or pander to this guy? Like, not for nothing, but you basically told him he's fucking screwed.
it's just an uphill battle. Well, Aiden, thank you so much for joining us. How can people find you and support you?
No, we don't want to find him or support him. He did. He said the people in the jury are autistic. They're just stupid autistic people. By the way, autistic people, my nephew is autistic, are actually a lot of them very brilliant. But yeah, he basically said, oh, they're stupid autistic people that can't be smart enough to get out of jury duty or want the $127, which is like, what? Well, what the fuck are you talking about? He basically tells Aiden, you're screwed, and then backtracks.
Big of an audience is outside holding posters.
Like, he starts to tell him, like, the court doesn't care that you're a YouTuber and you have this many people fucking watching you, sir. Like, no one fucking cares that you have 163,000 subscribers. Like, the court does not give a fuck about that. They don't care about how many people show up with signs and shirts, and like, the court doesn't fucking care about any of that, dude. They care about whether the statute reads that you committed the crime, and it does.
Love to have an audience. My point is this: I'm not trying to give you a lecture. I don't want to.
Wait, back it up a little more.
This is where he tells the truth, and then of course he backtracks.
Negative, because I think that you should be positive in the situation, especially when times are tough. That's when you should have the most gratitude. That's when you should be the most thankful for your audience, the fact that you have it, because a lot of people would love to have an audience. My point is this: I'm not trying to give you a lecture. I don't want to say that, but when you get in a courtroom, they don't care about how many Instagram followers you are. They don't care about how big of an audience is outside holding posters for you. Really and truly, you're dealing with 6 or 12 people that,
pissed off.
like you said, are functioning autistic people that can't even figure out how to get out of jury duty because they want to make the $127 that they get for being a part of it. And on top of that, maybe you'll get lucky and you'll get some liberals on the jury that don't like cops, and then I think you'll be fine. But if that doesn't happen, I don't know, dude. I would never just say anything's a lock. But I don't think you should be worried. But
it's never a lock. But don't be worried. Aiden's like, don't be worried. What do you mean, don't be worried? He is holding in how mad he is there.
It's just an uphill battle. Well, Aiden, thank you so much for joining us. How can people?
Yeah, well, nobody wants to know where to find you, sir. Sorry. Like, bro, he could clearly tell how uncomfortable Aiden was. There's another clip of this interview. Hold on, where is it? Boop. 1 second. I'll find it. I'm independent as well. Oh, he is definitely mad, girl. He is so mad. He is so fucking mad. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, here's the other one. Okay. So he's trying to understand Aiden's reasoning on his stance on the Karen Reed case, right? And Aiden, of course, does not get the answer that he wants here. And you can tell how pissed off he gets.
Dating a cop, and I guess what, she doesn't have as big of a family, doesn't have as big of a support system. Is that why they targeted her, in your opinion?
Well, she's not connected. Like the people that were inside Brian Albert's house are all connected. Brian Albert was a 30-year veteran of the Boston Police Department. Brian Higgins is an ATF.
Well, to be fair, though, real quick, though, because we got to go to break. Answer this question, then we got to go to break. This guy, if he's a 30-year police veteran, do you really think he would kill his friend, though? I mean, that's my one guy.
They weren't friends. They weren't friends. And Brian Higgins, the ATF agent, was trying to bang his girlfriend. He was trying to bang Karen Reed.
So is that true? Throw out there real quick that was a bold-faced lie, and Aiden knew it. Look at his face. As we all know, because, I mean, we all watched the trials, right? I'm just saying, right? Like, we all watched the trials. Whether you're an anti or a free Karen Reed person, we all watched the trials. Whether you love Karen or hate her, the facts don't change. Brian Higgins did not go and find Karen Reed and pursue Karen Reed. Karen Reed pursued Brian Higgins. And even throughout her pursuing him, he kept questioning her, what do you want from me? Like, are you going to leave John? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know. It seems a little sus, right? Like, just trying to suss this out because I don't really understand. Like, what do you want from me specifically, right? And so under no stretch of the imagination, even Olympic gymnastics, could you say Brian Higgins was trying to fuck Karen Reed and he was trying to steal bang Karen Reed and steal John's girl. That is not how it went, not even close. We all have seen the text. All of that was dragged out in court. Karen pursued Brian and kept pursuing Brian Higgins. And he kept asking questions like, what do you want from me? You're with my friend John. Like, I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? Right, Richie the plumber, right? What happened to Richie the plumber? You know? Like, I don't know. What I'm saying is, like, Aiden knows damn well that Brian Higgins wasn't trying to steal Karen Reed or fuck Karen Reed. That is completely opposite of what happened. It's opposite of reality, right? And again, regardless of if you think she's innocent or guilty, that's just a fact, okay? And I think everybody can agree that she pursued him. He did not pursue her. We know that for a fact, okay? We know that for a fact. Does Aiden maybe want to talk about how he knew that she kissed Brian Higgins and kept that a secret from his entire following and then started deleting things on the Facebook pages when people found out about it here and there? And then this whole speech he did to us about, well, we can't have anything up there that would hurt her. And then that's when people like me start questioning, well, why would it matter? I'm not trying to push out narratives. I want the entire story, right? I want the entire story. I don't want things that wouldn't hurt her. If it's something that happened, you can't just bury it and delete it and not tell people. Like, that's not a thing, dude. Like, if it's part of what happened, people need to know that that's part of what happened. You can't just hide it because it makes her look bad, dude. Like, that's not the story, right? It does take two to tango, but flirting is one thing, right? But Brian didn't call her. He didn't go and get her number. He didn't consistently contact her. She was doing the contacting, right? She went and took his number out of John's phone, texted him, right? The truth is the truth, even if it's uncomfortable. It is the truth, okay? It's simply the truth. Karen is the one who pursued Brian and continued to pursue Brian Higgins, even while he was questioning why the fuck she was doing it, right? And I don't say that, like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying like, oh, bad for doing that. Like, okay, it's a shitty thing to do to someone you care about, but I'm sure everyone's made mistakes when it comes to that in life. I did when I was much younger, obviously. But like, there's no reason to be like, shame, you cheated, shame, right? Like, it's a shitty thing to do. Yes. Okay. But we're all human as well. And I'm sure that fucking everyone on planet Earth has done it once when they were fucking 16 or 17 or, whatever time in their life. Right. So I'm not saying that she should like shame, but let's be truthful about the facts here. Okay. The facts are Brian Higgins was not trying to steal Karen Reed from John as Aiden would like to, push out into the universe as a narrative. That's simply not what happened. Okay. That is not what happened. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't, because then how's he going to get home? And then like, no, I don't know. I don't want to, no, I would have went back or I would have went in, I don't know. That's just not what I would have done. But, I can't speak for what other people would or wouldn't do. But I just wanted to correct that false narrative that he spews, of course, because no matter if you're pre-Karen Reed or anti-pre Karen Reed, we should be able to all agree that that's not what happened. Brian Higgins did not pursue Karen Reed. He was not trying to fuck Karen and steal John's girl. That is the statement that Aiden made on this program. And that is simply false, and he knows it. Why push out something that isn't false? Unless you're trying to spew a narrative, right? His narrative is what? Brian Higgins was trying to steal Karen Reed, so he killed John. Like, that's your new narrative, bro? Like, come on. That's simply not what happened. And I will refer back to Karen in her own interview where she said that they didn't even know, right? Like, John didn't even know that she had contacted Brian or that any of that had happened when he died. He didn't know. And she also made the statement that Brian Higgins would never start a fight with John or fight John, right? She said that in her own interviews. Her own interviews. She made those statements, right? So she said John never even knew. Never even fucking knew, number one. Number two, that Brian would never fight with John or fight John, ever. So Karen made those statements herself on that large documentary she did. And here's Aiden pushing out a theory that never happened. On his own behalf, not on Karen's behalf, but using Karen's name, of course, right?
And he was trying to bang Karen Reed.
Oh, is that true? Well, we're going to get into that right after this.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into that. I'm just saying the guy's worked there 30 years. He's under a microscope being in that position. So he's probably an okay guy if you're able to work in law enforcement for 30 years. But we're going to get into that right after these commercials.
He's talking about Brian Albert there. He's not talking about Proctor. He's talking about Brian Albert being, on the force. I believe it wasn't Dateline. It was the one she did during the first trial. Because she assumed there wouldn't be a second trial. It's the documentary. It's the same documentary where she said, I know I said I hit him, but I don't think I said it as many times as law enforcement is saying that I said it. So was it HBO? I can't remember if it was, I know it wasn't Dateline. I can't remember if it was HBO. It was the one she did during the first trial that came out before the second trial happened. That people on the pre-Karen Reed side were like, her doing that documentary was a bad look, and she said some shit that's not going to help her. And of course she did, and they used some of that in the second trial. But it was that ID. Thank you, Sassy. ID. I know it was one of those, HBO, whatever. ID. Thank you. Well, I think the judge ruled that no, right? that they couldn't get into it. Like, as far as I understand, the Judge Krupp said that no, that they weren't gonna be allowed to go into her phone. Yeah, I mean, he definitely did not get the memo to play dumb, but he also clearly backtracked in that last clip. So it's like he clearly, I don't know if he wants part of, the Sewer Turtles audience and didn't want to like anger the fucking cult, but he clearly like started to tell Aiden, like, you're kind of ultimately screwed in this case, bro. Like, the court doesn't give a fuck how many followers you have. The court doesn't give a fuck, how many people are holding signs or screaming turtle. Like, they don't fucking care, bro. Like, a case is not about that. It is about whether you committed the crime and it meets the statute. Like, like, come on, stop it. I think everybody should be able to agree, based on all of the evidence we have seen, that Higgins did not pursue Karen. Karen pursued Higgins. That's just a fact, okay? It's an undeniable fact. Karen herself doesn't deny that, and also says that John didn't even know that they were talking or had kissed in the garage that time. She kissed him in the garage, by the way, not the other way around, okay? She's already admitted to that. And then she was the one who said that Higgins would never have fought with John. Let me see if I can find that clip. Hold on. Let me see. Many people were mad she talked about it because they said it looked bad for her. Okay, let's see. A body in the snow, the trial of Karen Reed. Okay, she addressed the events. Topic of her relationship with Higgins and the interactions at the waterfall bar were major focal points throughout her trials. Let's get this up here. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second to get this on the screen here. Anybody remember what episode it was in? Because I'm looking at them trying to find the exact episode where it is, of course. Also, while I'm doing that, can y'all do me a favor and smash the like button? I'd appreciate it. If you haven't, you can donate to the channel. There's a bunch of different ways you can do so while I'm trying to pull this up here. Definitely use all the support we can get. Okay. I have the episodes. I'm just trying to find the right one. Hold on. Where's the fucking... I hate that they don't have the transcript that you can look it up on the transcript, Hit him. Okay. Come on. They play a fucking stupid thing, of course. Clip. Oh my God. Every time you fast forward through it, of course, they give you another stupid goddamn fucking 10 or 20 second ad, which is ridiculous. Oh my God. Aiden is now tinting out and still sending things to Tim. Timcast. He's adding Timcast right now, folks. Amazing, isn't it? Oh my God, why are they still giving me fucking ads? This is obnoxious, dude, right now. Just let me skip to where I need to skip to see what the fuck, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Oh my God, this is the third ad. 4 of 7? Are you fucking for real?
Oh my God. I'm going to let that play out. And I'm going to, like, what the, I don't want 7 ads. I mean, that's absurd, dude. Sorry, not sorry. Like, in a row. Like, this is, people fucking hate ads, okay? Listen, I'm not a fan of them. I know YouTube does them, but like 7 ads, 7 in a row, like in a row, one after another. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, people? Like, ID Discovery makes plenty of money. There is no need for 7 ads in a row, dude. Each being 30 to over a minute, 30 seconds to over a minute long. I fucking can't. I think he's still upset with Karen Reed because, according to him, she didn't tell him about Brian Higgins. Yeah, but I refute that because I was there when he, like, I knew he knew. Me and other people knew he knew. He bitched and whined about the Facebook page and about how people were starting to post things about it and how it was going to make Karen look bad, so he wasn't allowing any of it on the Facebook page. And a lot of us pushed back and we're like, but it's part of the story. You can't just erase something that's part of the story because it's going to make her look bad. And he's like, no, I'm not allowing it. Like, so it's like he absolutely fucking knew. No matter how much he denies it, he fucking knew. He knew. He 100% knew. He can lie until the cows come home, but he fucking knew. Oh my God, bro. I can't with this. I'm so tired of him being like, hey, turtle boy derangement syndrome. Turtle boy Tanty syndrome is a real thing, sir. Okay, if turtle boy derangement syndrome is a real thing, then so is turtle boy Tanty syndrome. Okay, you know how it starts? It starts with dog whistles, right? Then it starts with full out screaming and yelling rants about mundane things like flags, box trucks, Jen Altman, Meredith O'Neill, you know, saying those buzzwords. I've been set up. It's a setup. They arrested me for asking words, speaking words. That's what they did. They arrested me for just asking questions. You know, that leads into the mantras of repeating the same bullshit over and over. All right, hold on. Scroll. Scroll. No, that's not it. That's not it. Fuck's sake. Yeah, no shit, dude. Welcome to parenthood. Where is it? Okay. None of that. Okay, well, don't think it's in there. It's got to be down here. This is fucking obnoxious, dude, because I really want to find the clip to show you guys, but like, these ads are redonkulous. Literally redonkulous. The clip is important because it like completely debunks, of course, his fucking stupid statement there, which he knows damn well is not true. Where is this? Oh, okay. This is when they start talking about Brian Higgins. Over here. Okay. All right. Hold on. He doesn't believe himself.
Who call their places of work and call them cop killers.
Wait, let's go back, right? Like to what Aiden just said right here on this little clip.
Welcome to
You guys
Fitting
tell
In.
how much I do not like ads? Oh yeah, wait till I get to those. You guys are gonna love those. My point wasn't even about like who did it. You know what I mean? My point was like Aiden made that statement of Higgins is trying to steal Karen from John, and that's not what happened, as we know, as everyone knows. We not only did we all see the texts, they were all read in court, right? Like we know, we know that's not what happened at all. Like, so it's fucking weird for him to make such a wild statement. I just wanted to get to the part where Karen herself says, "What? We detected video. If we plan to continue, what? Hold on. What the fuck? Your stream. Hold on, guys. Yeah, it's, hold on. My thing is that your streams are temporarily blocked because we detected video belonging to someone else. Plan to continue. Please ensure what? Ensure what? Fucking ensure what? Yeah, I played it, so it's gonna have to get deleted obviously later because it's not doesn't like me to play that clip at all, even when you're giving commentary on it, which is bullshit in my opinion. Yeah, can you guys see me? Oh, you can see me now. Okay, good. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, they bumped me for playing the fucking clip. God forbid I do that, right? I guess I'm not gonna be able to play it, but whatever. I'll find it later and post it on Twitter then. But yes, they bumped me for playing the fucking clip. God forbid you play fucking, something else and make comments. See, that's the thing though. You're allowed to make commentary on something, right? Regardless of if it belong, like you're allowed to play it and talk commentary. I literally hate that I can't play music and it has to be AI music because it's obnoxious. It's fucking obnoxious. It's obnoxious. Like, fuck you, ID. Okay? I want to make some commentary on your bullshit. All right? Like, fuck off. So annoying. So fucking annoying. I know. I'm breathing. Loose. Bottom line is, okay, she says in this documentary, so if you want to go and look at it, you can. I'll find that exact clip later and flip it. But she says later somewhere in this documentary that Brian Higgins, that John didn't know about the Brian Higgins thing, and Brian would have never fought John. That was not a thing. She also talks about how Colin wasn't there, so there's that. Yeah, it's copyright, so YouTube did. YouTube loves to do that. So basically what happens is after this stream, I'm gonna have to delete that part, unfortunately. Hey, Pam. All right. So hold on. Let me. Thank you for your jewels. You sent us sunshine for 200 jewels. Thank you, Pam. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. I love those little things when they pop up. I think they're freaking awesome. I don't get them often, but when they pop up on my screen, they're one of those things and I'm just, ooh, it's so cool. So cool. Okay. Oh, that guy, the Alex guy who was on with Aiden did come to your little debate panels? Interesting. The guy who Aiden was on with. All right, let me get back to, hold on, back tags. Where am I here? Turtle TNTs, all sorts of TNTs. Yeah, so for those of you that have not been apprised of the Brokeback Baker texts, they're pretty cringeworthy, right? And I love this for Brokeback Baker because, he, of course, jumped on the bandwagon of shitting on anybody the sewer turtle doesn't like. And of course, as we know, he simply cannot fucking help himself, right? Simply cannot help himself. So I love for him that these embarrassing, disgusting sex texts came out with someone online. I mean, we have no indication that he did, though. See, that's the thing. Like, no indication that John ever cheated on Karen, right? I just think it's weird to say, like, we were only dating. Like, some people date after they've been married forever and they don't get remarried. Like, they don't want to have a second marriage or a third or a fourth, depending on who they are. And, like, I don't think of dating. I never have thought of dating as, like, we were only dating. I find that weird. You know what I mean? Like, as if only dating means you can just play the field. Like, no, then you wouldn't be dating someone, right? Like, that's not not a thing. Otherwise, you would be single and just seeing someone and not dating, right? Like, and also, it's not like they were just only dating for a few months, like that. It was long term, you know. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I was picking up what you were laying down, my friend. BF does mean boyfriend technically, so it also means best friend, but it does mean boyfriend. I was picking up what you were laying down. I mean, I don't know if they would have gotten married later on if shit hadn't gone, but shit was going sour at that point between the both of them. And I think John was a little strict with the kids, and Karen liked to spoil them a little. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to spoil them a little. I want to spoil my kids sometimes. Although I can't always do it. I do it when I can, of course. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This just came, the room service guy brought it up, and I have no idea what it is because I did not order anything, obviously. So it had to have come from one of you. So let's see what it is. It's a real unboxing. Isn't that amazing? These don't come often, so when they do, I get pretty excited. Like, ooh, what's in there? Is it going to be something for me? Is it going to be something for one of the kiddos? I usually let my little open it, but she went to the splash pad with my nephew and my sister, so she's not home. After school, they went to the splash pad. Yeah, that is Ethel's fault, to be fair. Oh, somebody got the sticky roll for my little. She loves these. This is the sticky book. So she told me that in order, like the actual sticky rolls, in order to keep track of the sticky stickers you have, you need the sticky book. And this is the sticky book for the sticky rolls. Now she just needs the actual little sticky rolls. That is so cool. Thank you so much. There's no, dang it. I hate when that happens. Someone's gonna need to fess up so I can properly thank them. There's no little white paper in there that tells me who it is. Usually these come in it, the little gift receipts, and I save them. I'm gonna put them all on I have a cork board. Speaking of boards, you know what I actually just put on the wish list this morning? I need a fucking whiteboard. And you wanna know why? Because I was on the phone this morning and I was like going through, we were talking about the hearing that happened today. And we're like, oh, one of Aiden's hearings was today, right? I'm like, yeah, I have something down written for 10, but is it something due? Is there a hearing? Like, what the fuck? And I just wrote down the date. I didn't write down next to it what it was, right? And so I'm going through my notes, of course. And to be fair, like, I fill these legal pads up so quick. And thank you to the wonderful person who got them for me, because I use these all the time. Yes, room service guy. So I fill these up very, very quickly. Like, this is one of the ones I haven't filled up all the way. I just started using this one, but like I have like 3 over here that I've already almost filled. Like, I use these quick, and it came in a pack of 6. Thank God I have, I think, 2 left. But that person didn't give me permission to say who it was, but they know who they are and they watch, and I just want to say thank you again, 100 times again, because I need these for notes. But so I put a whiteboard and obviously the markers on the thing, so I can put the whiteboard over here on the wall, and then I can write the court dates down. And then, because I was on the phone with my friend this morning, and I was like, I write it down on my notepads, but then sometimes I forget, like, because it's happening live, and I forget to write down like what it is, assuming I'm gonna know, and then I forget. And I'm like, I have like a planner, but then again, I don't look at it. So then it's like, I need it where I'm going to see it and where my brain fog isn't going to bury it, right? So I'm like, if I put a whiteboard here, I can write each date for what case it's for, what time it is, you know? So I put that on there. It's a sticky roll book for my little. Sticky rolls is like it's a thing where you can make like bracelets, and then it comes with little stickers, and you can put the stickers in the book and keep track of whether you got a rare one, common one, whatever. And my little absolutely freaking loves sticky rolls. The mega sticky rolls, you can put them on your wall for the kids, and they come off, and they don't peel the paint or anything. You can move them around if you want. You can put it on and then take it off later on. But when you get the mega sticky rolls, you can put them next to each other, above each other, and it makes one big like collage if you keep adding to it or whatever. And so the other day, I let her pick, I think it was 3 things to put on the wish list, since most of it was clothes for her that she needed for the summertime.
And of course, she picked the mega sticky rolls, the sticky roll book. And I think there was a sticky roll bracelet kit on there, but I think I had to take it off because that seller stopped selling it. So I'm just going to have to re-add it. But I just put the whiteboard on there because I'm like, I need that. I need that for my brain. Also, it's summertime. So like I was looking at it, yeah, this morning, and I'm like, oh, there's some things on there that have been on there for a while that of course I could use, but it's summertime. So like we were talking about whether we're going to be able to do the Saco trip. I don't know if it's going to be possible this year, but we do camping. And there's a few things we would need before we could take our first camping trip. It's fairly cheap to go camping with the kids, and there is a state park nearby that we love, and it has swimming and it has hiking, not uphill, which is good for me because I love nature hikes. Even if I go by myself, I absolutely love taking hikes. And I can't do the uphill hikes like I used to be able to physically anymore. So it's nice for me to be able to do all that at once. And so my husband was just talking about like we should do a camping trip soon, and I was like, shit, there's a few things we need before we can go. It doesn't have any sort of like theme. They're like, well, like some of the stickers will be like sea creatures, other ones will be what they call kawaii, which means cute, so like hearts, and so it's not like it doesn't have like Barbie or Toy Story, but they're just called sticky rolls, and they have like different themes for the stickers. For instance, like some, like I said, some will be like sea creatures, other ones will be like cutesy ones, other ones will be like spooky ones, you know. I love the spooky ones, those are my favorite. But she will be so excited to have the sticky roll book, you have no idea. Like now when she does get sticky rolls, she can put the stickers in the sticky roll book and keep track of which ones she's gotten. She'll love it. When she gets home, she's gonna go nuts. I wish she was home now because you guys could literally hear in real time her reaction to getting something, because I'm not one of those parents that, you know, buys my kid something at the store every time we're at the store. So like once in a while, you know, we'll get her something. And she's my last little, right? My other two are 16 and 21. They're not little anymore. So like they don't want toys, right? They want gift cards and clothes and makeup and skincare, you know, like they have a few things on the wish list, but like that's the kind of stuff they want. Or like with my oldest, she likes to paint things, right? Ceramics and things like, so, you know, we were just talking about like all the summer stuff, camping, and now that we have the pop-up tent, that'll be perfect for camping too. We just need a few more things before we could go. We would need like specific things to keep the stuff in, because for the whole family going camping, it's a lot of like, you know, crap you gotta bring with you to go camping. But I think that might be our first trip of the year, or like event. My kids usually do like the drive-in in Mendon with my sister. She'll bring the kids to do the Mendon drive-in sometimes in the summertime, which they like. And then we'll do like camping. And usually the only like adult trip we take, and I call it the mommy timeout because it's around the time of me and my husband's anniversary. Our anniversary is at the end of July. And so usually we take the Saco trip at the end of July and see how many friends want to come. I'll throw in for an Airbnb and then do our floats down the river and stuff, and have like, we usually try to get a place that has like a fire pit or something outside so we can make s'mores and like, you know, hang outside. It's usually very, very fun, and it's what I call a mommy timeout because me and my husband don't often get to do something alone, obviously, without the kids. And it's around the time of our anniversary, so we kind of like, we're able to like knock two things out at once, you know, like celebrate our anniversary, but celebrate with our friends. But this year, some people can't go, and it's expensive to do it with just a few people. So we don't really know if we're even going to be able to do it. And then my husband was picked for that special tournament at the end of August in Ocean City, Maryland. And then on Father's Day weekend, he's supposed to do the one in North Branford, Connecticut. And obviously me and the kids were going to go to that one, but I looked at the hotel rates and I don't got no points. My points expired. So I was going to be like, oh, I could use my points and then the hotel room would be free and then we could probably do it. But my points expired a while ago. So, you know, that's probably not, he's probably just going to have to go, which sucks because we usually make like at least a couple, 2 or 3 times in summer, try to make a family trip out of it, and everyone has fun, but he might just have to do that one on his own, you know? That is very true. The Baker thing is extremely cringe. Wait till I show you that. You're going to be like, what in the actual fuck is going on there? You know? Weird.
is very nice of whoever sent it. My little is going to go nuts. She's going to screech at the top of her lungs at how excited she is. Now I just got to get her an actual like sticky roll kit so that she can like, you know, put her new stickers in the sticky roll kit. She'll love it. She will freaking love it. All right. Dude, yeah. Lockdown was a lot for all of us. Sticky gate, right? Sticky gate. I love it. Yes, it's an unboxing. I don't do those often here, but I love it. If you love it, I sent it. If you don't, someone else did. I think it's adorable, and I know my kid will love it. So I don't know. I didn't write down which hearing it was. Like a dumbass, I assumed like, oh, I'll remember what this is. I just wrote down that it was today at 10 a.m. But I don't know if it was a deadline or a hearing. I can't remember if it was just a deadline to paperwork or an actual hearing. I was trying to figure it out this morning. I love surprises too. The last things that came in from one of you beautiful people, that pink rolling bag was a surprise. And you can always add something. I used to do that a lot. They used to be like during lockdown, as a matter of fact, there used to be like Facebook groups, and like you would like the person above you, like you would buy off their wish list, right? And then the person below you would buy off yours. It would be like a trade, like people, you know, getting things for each other. And I used to love to jump on those, and I would always get like something off their wish list, and I would add something else, right? Because you can add something else. You can add anything else you want. But you have to buy one thing so that it goes to their address. And so I used to love throwing in something like little extra that I thought that they would love, you know, just like a little surprise. And it just, I want, you know, it makes my heart happy to see someone else's heart happy, if that makes sense. Missed you, by the way, Patricia. Haven't seen you in a minute. Oh, shocker. His content was targeting me. Ooh. Oh, they get a bit unruly, is right. You know? Knocking me is overrated. Listen, a lot of people do like open relationships nowadays, you know? Not for me, but hey, I don't knock anybody who does it, you know? Yeah, I don't know if it was a hearing or just a deadline. I don't know. Yeah, we talked about those earlier, and they're just like they were bad, you know? Bad. No, she's not out for summer yet. Not until the end of June, the very end of June. I mean, the last day of June. Because my district, as we were talking about the other day, did not apply for the waiver. All the other districts did because in my county, we got the most snow of anyone with that blizzard. It shut down the school for an entire week. An entire week. They didn't even do my street for like 4 or 5 days. They didn't even touch it with a plow for 4 or 5 days. And yeah, so they did not apply for the waiver. All the other districts in the county did, but you know, they decided they didn't need to apply for the waiver here. Why would they do such a thing? And so the kids are expected to go until the last fucking day of June. That's the last day they can hold them till. So that's so yeah, no. Usually they would be out about the 15th to 17th, like somewhere between the 15th and the 17th of June. And of course it's getting hot for them to be in school with no ACs, you know? You know, it's just weird, man. Yeah, nothing about Karen. I pointed that out. There's nothing about her, nothing about her case. I'm always excited, even if it's for the kids. Like, it's just, it was the thought, right? Someone went to the wish list and was like, I'm gonna buy something for the kid. And I love that. Like, I love that. It just makes my heart happy, you know? Like, just knowing that someone was thinking about whether it was me or one of the kids, like, that makes my heart melt because y'all don't have to do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to donate to the channel. You don't have to get something from the wish list. Like, you could just watch. And when people do, like, it, that means something to me, you know? You being here every day means something to me regardless, you know? And you guys are always here every day, no matter what. I love that, you know? I feel like there's a lot of people out to just destroy everyone these days, right? Especially the cult, you know? I would only apply to one. Maybe. Oh, that's what I usually look for as an Airbnb because the hotels are like way far from the river, so like that's not really usually an option. And usually those are booked out way months in advance. But they're a lot right now. Like it's like too much for us to do it on our own. It's too much to do it without like a couple people throwing in. Like it's a lot, you know. I don't know if I should ask, but there is one I didn't pick a cut, and I don't know what it is. Oh God, you don't want to know, okay? Because I'm about to show you like a whole like.
There is some like weird shit, all right? Weird shit. Weird shit, okay? Those are the only 2 interview clips I've seen as of yet. The whole interview itself does exist. If you want to, oh, you're not on X, right? I was going to say, if you want to message me, you want to email me, you don't do that either, right? So if you want to email me after, I can send you the link to it. It would take me a minute to find it for the whole interview. So you've heard hearing, yeah. I don't know if it's a hearing or a deadline. So that's the other thing. It tries to be funny, and it's like most of it's not funny. All it is a dog whistle of he doesn't even half the time, as we found out in these messages with this chick, he doesn't even know what he's going to talk about before he goes live. So he just grabs whatever Aiden talked about and goes over that. You know what I mean? You don't want to know. The Brokeback Baker is like, where is he from? Sweden? Can't be from Sweden. Is it Sweden? I can't remember. I think he's Dutch, right? Maybe it is Sweden. But I don't know. I don't know. He's just an unfunny motherfucker, right? Yeah, it was so nice. It was so nice. Even as a degenerate myself, I didn't fully grasp what I was looking at in the Baker photo. I did. I grasped it. You don't believe me. You're not missing anything by not watching him. Oh, you found it? Good. I'm glad you found it. Perfect. Denmark. Thank you. Thank you, Ski. Thank you. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Plug my phone back in here because it was like definitely dying. Shit. Just realized my phone bill's due tomorrow. God damn it. And my StreamYards too? That's fun. That's fucking great. Wonderful. Great. Wonderful. Your stream was interrupted. Gee, thanks. Thank you for telling me that, dumbasses. They sent me an email to tell me that my stream was interrupted. Gee, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Now, yeah, if it wasn't for Ethel, most people wouldn't have known about the Baker shit because most of us just ignored it because we were like, all right, you're a fucking weirdo. We already knew you were a fucking weirdo. We know you're a weirdo. We know Aiden's a weirdo. We know. Okay? We fucking know. Hold on. Where is this one? Oh, this is where Ethel humiliates Baker, right? Okay, cool. She likes to start fights, pick fights, it's fine.
In the Jess Walsh situation, what happens on X, it all gets fucking fucked up and weird or whatever. Jess Walsh is a fucking good fucking human being. I am fucking telling you, she is a good human being. That fucking bitch is a fucking real one. Her crashing out over fucking whatever and posting pictures, fine. Whatever. I'm telling you, she's a good fucking person. I know character. I know who people are. I'm telling you, by the way, I'm never fucking wrong. I'm never wrong.
Oh, okay. She's never wrong.
She's good people.
She doesn't lie either. Not for nothing, but how many times has she said someone was good people that was like not? I mean, she thinks Aiden is good people. I mean, that speaks for her fucking self. Okay? Just saying. Like, oh, you're never wrong. Imagine saying that. I'm never wrong. Listen, everyone can be wrong. Even I can be fucking wrong. All right? That's human. Right? I'm never wrong. I mean, that's absurd. Come on. Yeah, she needs to take a step away from. I agree with this, Magic.
I just want to say,
there's something not right there.
That when that guy got fleshlights, I bet he fucking liked it.
He did get fleshlights.
Okay. I am done for the day. I'm going to see you tonight. Stay off fucking X. Hang out on YouTube. It's fun there. Hang out in other places in real life or do whatever. Thanks for everybody for hanging with me today. Thanks for the crash out. If you send me shit from X, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. You will promptly get a response from me that says, go fuck yourself. Don't send me shit from X anymore. Don't send me anymore. You mean to tell me that, before I go, you mean to tell me that the baker got a gift from Jessica Walsh of crocheted butt plugs and dildos, a fleshlight, and what looked like a titty that you could touch. I don't know what that titty did. Some sort of silicone titty. I've never seen that before. I don't know exactly what was going on with that one because it was just one, so it's not two. And it wasn't attached to a doll or anything. So I don't know exactly what was going on with the titty in the box, but I know a fleshlight when I see one, okay? And I'm going to tell you something. That man's dick was in that fleshlight. You know it and I know it. He probably fucking thought about you and told you to go fucking in a Home Depot and fucking clutch your vagina fucking 10 times and text him about it while he...
Why would anybody go to a Home Depot to do that? What?
Yeah, I know of her. I know of her. I don't know her, but I know of her. Yeah, I mean,
fuck that fleshlight. You and I know it and whatever. And he liked it. And then all of a sudden he had some sort of like fucking big fucking moment of clarity and he didn't fucking want to be a part of it anymore. Or maybe the sexy got a little too crazy and he was like, whoa, 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 I'm backing out. But of no doubt, that man fucking enjoyed it. He set all of the items up on the table in a display and then took a photo of it. Okay? Come on. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't fucking pretend you didn't fucking get off to fucking Jessica Walsh, her tits, and her fucking being your fucking online sex slave. You know.
I mean, listen, to be clear, I can't talk about anybody else's mouth because my mouth is pretty bad. You know, I am from New England and the Boston area. And so, you know, my mouth can get bad too. I did call Aiden a cock-juggling thunder cunt earlier and I meant it. So I can't criticize other people's mouths because, you know, mine's pretty bad, but this is a little wild, right? Like I dropped some F-bombs. I'm an F-bomb dropper. I'm guilty of dropping some F-bombs. I'm guilty of saying some profane shit once in a while. You know, I have a sailor's mouth as well. You know, I don't condone it, but I do it. Okay, so I can't criticize her mouth because my mouth is pretty fucking bad. Although I feel like an F-bomb every 5 seconds is a little much. You know, I do drop them, but I feel like I try to be better when I'm streaming because YouTube does not love a ton of swearing. So I have toned it down a smidger for YouTube and all of you. But I think this whole rant is a little much. It goes on for another 2.5 minutes.
Wait, and I know it. Actually, just own it and I would like you more. How about that? Just own it. Instead of being like, I'm going to go on a valid truth journey of my own and not, then I am not going on a valid truth journey on my own. Why don't you just say it? I would like to say from my hotel room that I definitely put my breadstick into the fleshlight that the person who I will not name sent to me. I would like you more.
Is not a victim, dude. He is
I
not
would just be like, yeah, man, you're a real one. Instead, we gotta pretend you didn't do any of this stuff. Just embrace your feral fucking side, sir. Own it. Own it.
Right.
Okay?
I mean, I agree
own
with you
it.
there. Own it. Stop
denying
you're
it.
A victim. You're not a fucking victim.
You got the fleshlight. Your dick was in it. Doesn't make you a bad person. But don't act like you're some fucking superior person over her. Because Jess Walsh isn't sending.
Not only has he harassed a bunch of women, including you, me, and Meredith, a million other women, right? It's all based on Turtle Boy said so. So, like, none of it is based in any real beef that he had with anyone. It's he needed the cult. And if you go to his videos, right, he has a much bigger following than I do. I think by quite a bit, probably about 20,000 subscribers. Why are his videos getting 2,000 views if they're not about Karen Reed or not about Turtle Boy? Anything that's not about Turtle Boy or not about Karen Reed, his views drop down to like 1,000 or less than 1,000. I usually get 1,000 before I'm done live streaming. Like, so, I mean, once again, you can have a big following or a semi-big following with 20 or even 30,000 subscribers, but if only 1% of those people are engaging with your content, then that's a problem, right? That's a effing problem. And I'm just saying, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, he's not a victim. I'll tell you that much. He is not a friggin' victim. The writers know damn well he's not a goddamn victim. We have been hearing rumors of him sexting other women for quite a while. There were some texts that came out, I don't know, months ago from someone else. Like, this is clearly something he does on the regular. All right. This is not something that like just happened with him and this other Jessica chick, Walsh. Like, clearly this happened with other women as well. Like, and he's not a fucking victim because someone released those. Like, here's an idea. Stop being a fucking creep, right? These are people from different countries you're probably never going to see, and you're just a creep. right? Like maybe you and Aiden both need to go to fucking Sexaholics Anonymous, your creep shows.
Fleshlights to anybody that doesn't fucking want them, okay? Actually, like just fully embrace the whole thing. And I would literally just like be like, you know what? Got it. But it's the weird way that he's doing it.
Yeah,
like it's not good anymore. And it's a way, it's like making her feel like shame. And I don't like that. Do you know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I never watched the show, and I know he's got followers and everybody likes him. I mean, no ill will towards him.
No,
I'm allowed to give my opinion. He's allowed to give his opinion. I give my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you, in real life, I like Jessica Walsh. I don't really fucking care if people don't like her, if they say she's an instigator or whatever. Who isn't? But fucking Val's an
I mean, she is an instigator. Jessica Walsh has instigated and gone after many people in a really vile way. So I don't know if she's good people really sits well with me. But I mean, again, we're talking about Jess. She doesn't have the greatest, Ethel doesn't have the greatest. She's talking about Brokeback Baker. She doesn't have the greatest people skills, and she also doesn't have the greatest judgment when it comes to someone being a good person. Again, she's friends with Hayden. He's a good person, right? I will never believe that anyone that she says is a good person is magically a good person. Sorry, not fucking sorry.
instigator. She does fucking shit. All these people get into fucking chat. Nicola Maxwell. I fucking had a weird vibe about her in the beginning. Now she's whatever, dude. Everybody's a fucking menace on the internet.
No. Not everybody is a menace on the internet, because we don't need to be menaces on the internet. That's the difference, right, Ethel? Well, who cares? Everybody's a menace on the internet. No. You don't have to be a menace on the internet. Isn't that amazing? You don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We don't have to be menaces to other people we don't like. We don't have to do that, right? We don't have to do that. But when you relentlessly go after other people, right, they're going to point out, rightly so, that you're being a fucking hypocrite. You sit there and bitch and whine and complain about anybody who calls you out on your shit, but you have no problem shitting on people you've never met and don't even know. Make it make sense, right? Aiden said so is not a reason to hate someone, but you guys have no problem doing it, right? I'm not going to have anybody tell me who I can or can't talk to, or who I should like or not like. I tell you to go fuck yourself if you even attempted to do that to me. My husband doesn't even attempt that. He knows better. Like, what? I'm a grown adult. I don't need to be told who to like and who not to like. I base it on how people treat me. That's it. Ethel had no problem reporting on things that simply weren't true because Aiden said so, right? That's not a good judgment. If you're that in need of attention, bro, maybe get it from your family, right? Fuck.
But don't fucking act. Why would she send that all to him? Because that's the kind of relationship they had. You know it and I know it. And I'm going to tell you something. If he didn't want it, didn't like it, he wouldn't have taken it all out of the box, set it up in a fucking aesthetically proper photo op, take a picture and send it to her with pride and say, look at all of the things that you sent me. I'm sorry, that's not how he said it. Look at all of the things that you sent me. He would have said, why did you send me all of these things? I don't appreciate any of these sexual toys. Please do not contact me again. Okay? That's what it would look like. Instead, what he did was he said, let me arrange the boobie and the fleshlight and my crocheted dildos on my table with pride and take a photo and send them to my internet sex slave, Jessica Walsh. Okay? That's what he did. He's not a victim of a predatory sexual predator, Jessica Walsh. He was a willing participant, and he tells you he won't talk about it because he's got shame. Don't have shame.
He says he's not going to talk about it. Love it. You're welcome.
Okay? All righty. We're done here for the day.
Okie dokie. Artichokey. Well, that happened. You know, let's be honest. Ethel doesn't have the fucking balls to, you know, snap back at Aiden or call him out for any of his fucking behavior. Any of it.
you know? Oh, we got a couple people that have lost their ever-loving minds today. Let me find the, hold on, where is it? A good friendship? Shut the fuck up. That is not. Oh, so someone calling and screaming at you until you cry on the phone and your husband sits there and does nothing. That's the example of a good friendship. Save me the fucking lie, Ethel. Are you for real? Listen, if someone called me screaming and yelling at me to the point where I was crying and my husband was sitting next to me, yeah, no, absolutely fucking not. That is not a good friendship. That's a toxic friendship where one person thinks that they control another person. Amazing how that works, huh? Interesting. Where is it? God damn it, where's the picture? I thought I saved it. I know I saved it. Where the fuck is it? See, I swear to God, I'm like bookmarking things and like it's not saving. It's not saving. Where the fuck is it? I know I saved it. I know I bookmarked it, but I cannot find it, and I'm not understanding why. In case you guys missed it, this was my Elmer Fudd picture, whichever one of you said that he needs to be Elmer Fudd crying. Again, you ask, I shall give. There it is, folks. I made a whole post for it. It's there. I'm hunting court victories. I finally got that wackily wabbit, and the judge is like, sir, that's a mailbox. He's like, aha, just as I predicted. Just as I predicted. She's a good friend to him because she follows his orders. Like, that's not a good friend, dude. Just saying. Sorry, not sorry, but that's not the way it fucking works with a friendship. Well, I was going to show you the picture, but what it is a picture that Brokeback Baker took to send to Jessica Walsh, and it was all the sex toys that she bought him, including a fleshlight, which is something a man puts his you-know-what in, and it pretends to be an actual vagina, and along with other weird shit. I'll just say these guys are weirdos, okay? Butt plugs and weirdos. Like, let's just say it how it is at this point. Aiden's a fucking weirdo too. If you saw it was an out of Extraction, you'd make fun of him for the rest of his life. Fucking weirdos, okay? Weirdos. He's a communal handbags at dawn TV support community. I'm so serious right now. I know it's like not a fun topic, but it's the truth. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just fucking saying. Oh, I didn't even see this. Wow, I am really behind on not paying attention right now. Ethel selling 2 hoodies. Lorelai sends $6 and says, like Ethel selling 2 hoodies. Thank you, Lorelai. Holy bugoli. Oh. Thank you, G Money. Sends 150 and says, Tanty and good conversation. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, no big time. Listen, if you had any idea what was in his extraction, like, okay, just weird backdoor shit, all right? Like, I'm just saying, like, dude's a fucking weirdo. Dude's a fucking weirdo, okay? Dude's an absolute fucking weirdo. Here's a good tweet that Jason put up replying to this thing. I guess this person is like, what? Holding up for Brokeback Baker? Weird. I don't know why you would do that, but cool. So Jason said, sorry, I appreciate the sentiment of trying to bring communities together, but telling people they should just ignore abuse and suck it up for the greater good is a horrible take. Aiden lied to get a mob of people to attack his ex-girlfriend to silence her in order to cover up his own crimes. That crime? Intentionally recording Karen Reed to leverage her. Let's find a way to cooperate, though. I'm all for it. You work on getting Aiden acquitted of his Norfolk County charges, and I'll work on getting him charged with the other crimes he's committed. That way, we each have our own tasks that don't overlap. Win-win. I mean, there's so many crimes he hasn't been charged with yet. It's absurd. Is this another Jess Tanty? I feel like it is. An Ethel
Going to work.
Let's see. Ethel Tanty.
Republicans, for example, they are just too busy going to work.
Oh,
you know, being good.
You know, everyone else doesn't work, just Republican. I mean, how dumb do you have to be to say something like this? I am starchly an independent. I vote on both sides of the aisle. And as I told you guys the other day, I don't love politics on my show. I think it's just a way for people to fight with each other, and it's fucking stupid. And as I told you yesterday, we need to start making purple, right? Fuck being on the red side, fuck being on the blue side. We just smush that shit together and make purple, because our politicians don't give a fuck about us regardless of what side they're on, okay? to say something so wild, even in the first fucking 10 seconds of this clip. Republicans are too busy working. Are you fucking okay, bro? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? Okay? Are you okay? People on both sides of the aisle work, you loser. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Members of society, they don't have time to do all the dirty shit that Democrats do, right? But the Democrats outwork us when it comes to politics and stuff because they do that shit. They think.
Is she serious right now? Like, does she realize that you are ostracizing like half of your audience right now by being like, yeah, only you Republicans work. All y'all watching me right now that are Democrats, you guys don't work. You know, us Republicans, we're way better. But you Democrats, no, you're bad. You out politicize us. But like, other than that, like, you don't work for a living. You don't do any of those things. Like, imagine being that fucking stupid to ostracize half of your audience. Like, make it make sense, someone, please. Someone, for the love of God, make it make sense. Please. Please, someone make it make sense, okay? This is exactly why I've always been a registered independent. Why? Because I have ideas on both sides, and I don't want to be stuck on one or the other. I believe everybody has a right to choose, right? Whether you want to be in the middle and you have some ideas. And that's the other thing. Being an independent, people just assume automatically that you're Democratic or independent. And that's just simply not true. I like my gun rights, okay? Very much like my gun rights. Very much appreciate those, okay? So that's very conservative, Republican, right? Gun rights. It's not very democratic to like your gun rights, okay? But I also believe that we have a serious problem with, you know, inequality when it comes to these large companies sort of taking everyone's labor and profiting off of it and leaving everyone else with the crumbs, right? They don't want to pay people. They'd pay you $1 if they were legally allowed to per hour, and they would slave labor you. So I do believe that everyone should be able to work and make a living and be paid a living wage, right? So thank you. That's, you know what, Capybara, I love this. I am politically feral. Good. That's exactly it. I love it. Politically feral. I could probably put myself in that same category because I like some things here, I like some things here, and I like some things here in the middle, right? So like, I'm just fucking all over the place politically. Like, you know, some things over here I like, some things over here I like. I don't like some of these things and I don't like some of these things, right? To ostracize an entire 50% or more of either your audience or just people in general, to make such a wild, generalized, uneducated statement tells me everything I need to know about her, right? If you're willing to make such an uneducated statement that, you know, Republicans say, they're too busy working. Democrats, no, they don't do that. Like, your mother must be so proud, Ethel. So fucking proud at the level of stupidity.
Of stuff. And we just don't think that way. And I try to train my Republican friends. We've got to go on the offensive. We have to do recon work. We have to do whatever.
Good dog.
And the reason I don't
we got to do recon, Republicans. We gotta go stake out the box trucks on private land. That's what we gotta do. Imagine having this idiot be like, we gotta go do recon, guys. Like, honey, you're not Inspector Gadget, okay? Like, stop it. For the love of God. Go gadget dumbness.
can do that is because it seems pathetic. It seems pathetic to take time out of my life to look into or corroborate stories from people who go after me.
I mean, did I hear that correctly? Please hold. We need to, what?
Corroborate stories from people who take time out of my life to look into or corroborate stories from people who go after me.
What? I am not taking any time out of my life to fucking do shit other than play your own stupidity for the audience. Why the fuck? So Melissa points out something nice here and says,
Do tell how you get up, go to work, and contribute to society when we already know you have a collection of phones filled with what you think would be damaging to those you dislike. We know you harass hardworking people like an entitled socialite when you're nothing but a delusional hillbilly. You've already lost subscribers since pulling a no-show on your job last night. Only announced it in your little safe space. What kind of customer service is that? What kind of workplace etiquette is that? I mean, you know it all, right? Right? That's right. She must know everyone, you know? Okay. Newsflash for these people who are friends with this girl. I need to know. I need y'all to tell me, what is she freaking thinking? Okay. Now, this is another person who is a very staunch sewer turtle supporter. Okay. It's wild and strange to me that people support him the way they do. Now, this lady brags all the time about having a ton of money. That's why she donates to him all the time. She's got a ton of money, ton of money, ton of money. That's great and all. Money doesn't make you a good person, right? You could be the poorest person in the world and be a good human being, or just be a shit human being. One or the other. You could be a poor guy and make the best chicken on planet Earth. I mean, that looks pretty good, guys. Not gonna lie. Oh my God, you just put a water in your pocket? You're the fucking MVP, babe. Thank you. Thank you, room service guy. He just made chicken palm. This is chicken palm, folks. Okay? Oh, it's very, very hot. That man is the MVP today. He even put the freaking cheese and a water in his pocket to bring to me. Okay? They are kind of like cults, right? Like, we need to come together in order to change things. That's kind of how it works, folks. Okay? Nonetheless, she very much supports the sewer turtle. Okay? Oof, that's hot. The steam is coming off that bad, Larry. I cannot wait to eat that. I am so hungry. But I'll finish this with you guys first, obviously. So back in February, she is in her DMs going on and on about how to destroy people and their lives. I would never waste my time doing this, no matter how much money I had. To accomplish the goal of destroying lives, I'm not going to do that about people on the internet that I don't like. I can just not like them. It's that easy, right? So, of course, she says, no doubt Broyles is behind this somehow. I love these conspiracy theories that people come up with, too, where they think it makes sense when 5 other people are chiming in, like, yeah, that must be who it is. We've narrowed it down. And in reality, they have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what's happened behind closed doors. They're drawing lines that simply don't exist, right? Yeah, it does. I feel like that. No wonder why she loves politics so much. Jesus. But she says, no doubt Broyles is behind this somehow. I'm so sick. These motherfuckers are all happy right now. Okay, weird. We're happy because Aiden sucks, I guess. I don't know. How about I want to pay TV to write blogs about all of them? Well, he would happily take your money some more, Stina, to write those blogs, considering he's done that in the past and taken thousands and thousands of dollars to write hit pieces on people with none of it being true. You know, he has no problem taking dirty money to do things like that to hurt people. You know, it's fine. I want Obox OnlyFans pics online. I want wild beasts and her spawn everywhere. That's a child. It's talking about children. I want pics of Broyles sucking dick. Okay, that's weird. Okay. I want all of them terrorized. I'm willing to pay TV. So that just tells me that you know that he terrorizes people, that you're okay with him terrorizing people, and you want him to make shit up, and you're willing to pay him to just put all this stuff out there to hurt people. Hey, Stina, can I ask you a question directly? Would you be okay if this was done to you? I'm going to bet your answer would be no, right? Because any sane human, actually even any insane human, would not want that, right? Especially not to their children. That's a weird thing to want. Okay, I don't know why you said that. It's a weird thing to want. A child doesn't ask for any of this, for any of you, okay? But this tells me that you know that Aiden is willing to terrorize people, and you know that he does terrorize people. Thank you for admitting that he terrorizes people and that you're willing to pay him to do so. I want Larry/Jay or whoever the fuck posted in billboards near his honky tink house. I don't know what that means. I don't know what a honky tink house is, but sure. This is all planned. All of them plan this. Altman Broyles 5150, Obach, Larry, Haley, all of them plotted this takedown. I don't think anybody plotted a takedown. I think that's what other people who don't like them want you to believe. And clearly, they didn't have to do too much pushing. But this is not okay, honey. You cannot be doing all this, okay? Is it worth it in the piece of your life to be, I want to destroy people I don't like on the internet on behalf of, we need to stick up for, you know, an account that was taken down, or, you know, the sewer turtle himself? Like, is it worth it? Like, how much money have you put into donos for the turtle, Stina? I'm going to bet a lot. And I just want you to know, person to person, right, that he wouldn't piss on you if you were on fucking fire in front of him. That if he saw an opportunity to blame on you something he did to get out of it, he would do it in a heartbeat, sweetheart. Okay? Do you realize that he makes fun of people who donate to him in text all the time, basically daily, and how stupid people are to donate to him, and that he can just lie and say whatever he wants because you all just believe him anyway? Do you realize that? I mean, I know it's disgusting. It is deplorable. And I can't imagine talking about people who support my channel that way, or even thinking of them in that way. They're not fucking ATMs. They're not, stupid, right? I think of my community, A, way higher than that. B, I think I've, grown and built a very diverse, smart, capable community, who can be kind to one another and not do this kind of wild ass shit, right? So Meredith posted this, and she said, truly disturbing behavior. I'm not going to read the girl's real name, but it's there. She's openly discussing paying a blogger to write content specifically targeting kids. Even more concerning is that the blogger she's approaching has much loose ethics. He'd likely accept the job, which we know he would, of course. You know? Oh no, poor Bella. I send all of my love to the Bella. All of my love. Oh, poor baby. We all send love, Ash, to your fur baby. Poor thing. KK, love you. Call me after the show if you need to, my love. I am here for you, my friend. This is the FBI Boston today put this out. They announced the launch of its most wanted fraudsters list, a new wanted list dedicated to publicly identifying individuals charged with defrauding the American people. Anyone with information about the whereabouts of these fugitives can submit tips by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or by contacting the nearest FBI field office. And it's a list of people and the amounts of money, that they have supposedly total losses 32 mil, 4 mil. 1 billion? Is that a billion? Shut the fuck up. Healthcare fraud. Herbert Kimball, healthcare fraud. Can't see. Violation of pretrial release conditions, conspiracy to operate a legal gambling business. 34. Juliana Balduza Demetrion, failure to appear mortgage fraud. Total losses 1,300,000. See, mortgage fraud, like, I get why you want to, get someone for mortgage fraud. But a lot of the times I think about, is it mortgage fraud where they, lied about how much they made so that they could actually get a loan for a house? Because, yeah, okay, it's mortgage fraud, but, I still feel bad for these people. Did they think that they had to lie because they thought they would never be able to get into a house otherwise? It's just sad to think about. That they might have felt that, if they were honest about how little they made, they would never get into a house, which is a big thing nowadays. That most people will never own. I will probably never own a home. Way too expensive, unless my YouTube channel takes off in the next 5 years and I'm able to somehow afford that. It's not happening. This guy is failure to appear. This is mortgage fraud as well. Mail fraud. Christopher Burns is mail fraud. $10 million of losses in 2020. I wonder if that's the guy who was stealing all the checks and fucking cash from cards and shit at the. And that's the thing is, you ever notice that if something doesn't come in the mail, that your local, postman or post office doesn't call you or come to your house or leave a note and say, hey, we found out that your mail was stolen, that you lost money or a gift card or whatever, right? They never fucking tell you, even when they find out that you've been defrauded, which pisses me off, right? Probably so they don't get sued. That's probably why they don't tell you. Rodney Dean Allen, wire fraud, total losses over 7 million. Sad, but they came out with this today. Interesting. So remember I was saying, Leah put this up earlier. It says 5 fireballs, 5 days. And she said, not normal. I fucking agree. Okay. This cannot be asteroids. All right. It just can't. I can't. I don't get it. To me, it doesn't make sense that something else is going on. Then we have all these, scientists that are fucking missing. Like, I'm sorry, but I fully believe something's up. Something weird is going on. I don't know what the fuck it is. Leah said, not normal. I fucking concur, Leah. It is not normal. I agree. So agree. Okay? Agree. So agree. Oh boy. Will Aiden's trial continue long enough for Adam Dyke to take over? You mean Adam Deach? Is that what you mean, justice served? Linda Banks? Do you mean Adam Deach? That's his name. And also, no, Aiden's case is going to happen this year. Deach, even if he did win, which he's probably not going to, but even if he did, he would not take office until next year, darling. Sorry, not going to save him. If Dyke, oh, you mean Deach, once again, takes over, he'll likely drop the case. Nope, he's not going to drop the case, actually. With many candidates splitting the vote, the primary winner could secure the election. The Fannie Willis factor and potential machine influence could sway outcomes. No. Now, again, she's supposed to be an attorney, right? I don't find her very smart. Let's just throw that out there, okay? You should definitely listen to her. She's wicked smart and all, I wish, right? I would love if someone stole my mail and then also paid the bills when they found them. I concur, changes. I concur. I wish they would also do that. You can steal my mail if you want to pay the bills. It's totally fine, Aiden retweeted the narc survivor DL. Said, I'm not sure if this is a compliment. How the hell does it even see these? Don't even tag him, ever. That's because he scours the internet for 20 hours a day. Literally, dude barely sleeps. Best parody account on Twitter by far. It's not a parody account, of course. Like, he's scared shitless to look at the plaintiffs. That's why he isn't going. Truro and Cape Cod isn't far from Plymouth. It's about an hour drive. He can absolutely go and then drive back and enjoy the ride. But he's not going to, of course, right? So Aiden retweeted it and goes, oh, it's a good parody account. Not a parody account, A. And B, Aiden just mad. He's big mad. Also, did we all know that today is the 4th and Purple Kool-Aid's channel is still down? Mm-hmm. So Meredith said, still waiting on the bitch you ain't seen nothing yet promise. Any updates? P.S. Have you retained counsel for your July court date yet? Looks like maybe Meredith is suing him. If he's got a July court date, looks like she probably is suing him. On the go, that on the go notification I keep getting? No. What is that on the go notification? Anybody here know what that on the go notification I keep getting is? No, I have no idea. What is it? On the go. What do you mean, like on the go? Where are you getting the notification from? I have so many questions. So this was like a screenshot of like Purple Kool-Aid being like, ha ha, go ahead, bitch. Why haven't you done it yet? You said you're going to sue me. I'll be back and I'll be even more relentless in destroying your life. Just like you've tried to do with so many other people. Stay tuned, bitch. You ain't seen nothing yet. I promise. Yeah, that'll work real well for someone suing you, this tweet, Yeah, I'm not a fan of hers. Regardless of if she was on the Casey Anthony team, I honestly think Jose Baez was the one that really won that. Let's be honest. I'm not a fan of hers at all. I don't think she's intelligent. I think she simps hard and is pretty pathetic for not even knowing basic facts. Clearly, she doesn't even know Adam Deach's name. Oh, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. I love your dumbass, though. Does that count? Oh, Aiden threatened Meredith on his live that if she speaks with Netflix, that Purple Kool-Aid will be back. Ooh, so scared. Scary. Scary. These people are so scary. I love that Ethel canceled Bunny After Dark. Apparently it wasn't making her enough money. For me, what this says is that her daytime show is making her more money and Bunny After Dark wasn't making her money. So she just started to cut Bunny After Dark because it wasn't making her any money. Like that's realistically what it says to me. Like, she didn't cut that for any other reason. Let's be fucking honest here, right? Like, oh no, poor baby. That's no good. That is no good. All right, let me wrap this up with you guys. I have a lot of other things I wanted to talk about, but I am starving and this food is calling my name right now. I kid you not. I'm just, smells delicious. All right, and it is screaming my name. So, Nina is having spaces right now. I don't see anybody else live. Just trying to see if Mike or Brian were live or anything like that, but I don't see them live, at least not right now. No, 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 neither one of them are live. So Nina's having a spaces on X. Wanted to jump over to that after this, but listen, I love your stinking faces, right? You're catching me on the restream. Hey, only Mike, you call me a dumbass. I love all your dumbasses. My ass is dumb sometimes too, don't worry. I love your stinking faces, and make sure you smash the like button on the way out. Subscribe if you already are not subscribed. I appreciate y'all. You can donate to the channel, we could appreciate it. Get yourself a membership if you don't already have one of those. Or you can gift memberships to other people, which is fun. You can do super thanks. That's the only thing you can do. You can't do super chats when the live is not live anymore, but you can do super thanks in the comment section, I guess. That's like a thing. So, but of course, as normal, if you're watching this on the restream and you donate when I'm not live, I'll read it when I am live tomorrow. Tomorrow being Friday. Fuck around and find out Friday. I have to eat this, and then I'm gonna work a little bit more on some other things I got going on here, and then I'm gonna relax for the day. You know? Oh, thank you, LTG. That was super nice of you. Right at the last minute there. Who gets them? Let's see. It's not popping up on my end to show me who gets them. Oh, damn it. Oh, that's why, because I don't have to on this part. Durr. Brazilian girl. Bruno. Tanya. Manderlin, and uniquely Susie. Congratulations. Thank you, LTG. That was very kind of you. I appreciate you, my friend. I will see you all in a bit. I might jump on a spaces later tonight. So if you're on X, I might jump on spaces. I haven't done spaces in a while. So she should sue him for everything. She should sue Aiden too. If you need to call me Ash, you know the number. You just call me, my friend, okay? All right, love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow.